What's up, Eddie? Sheesh. What's up, man? Hello, Nancy. Nancy, not so fancy. Good evening. Good evening. Hi from Ohio. Hello, Georgette. How are you? Hi, Sandy. So glad you're here tonight. Right? Yeah, we are on early. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that study of Isaiah. That was pretty tough. That was a difficult one. And so now we'll just figure out what other book to do. No, I'm totally kidding. We haven't started. Am good. How are you? What's up, Barb? Hello, hello. Good evening. Good evening. We're gonna get into it tonight. Hopefully you guys are dark brown is beautiful. Okay. What's up, Maka? Maka. Am I saying your name right? Hey there, Lainey. Blessings, sheesh, and everybody. What's up, Katarina? Holly. Hello, KB. Man, so excited you're doing Isaiah. Yeah. Kicking and screaming. That's how that's going. What's up, Chris? Good to see you, man. Um, yeah, so it is Isaiah's going to be an interesting one, Barb. I'm sure you already know that, but yeah, we're going to be getting into it, and we're going to be going all over the place. And I was really trying to figure out how to um, attack Isaiah, like how to figure it out. What's a good game plan, I suppose. That's what I was trying to work with. And it's the same kind of struggle that I had with Matthew, Mark, and Luke, because I'm still working on that. Like I don't know how to do that one because they're synoptic. So do you just do them all at the same time, or do you do one at a time? And then like I don't know. I feel like there's a more efficient way of doing it. Haven't worked that one out yet, but yeah, anyways, Isaiah is an interesting book, and so I was trying to figure out how to go at it. So you guys will see it tonight, I suppose. Have you guys read Isaiah before? Um, Isaiah, it's a long one. It's a long one, but it's a good one. And we'll get started here in a little bit. You haven't read it before, Holly? No. Yes. Okay, Barb. Cool. Well, Holly, sometimes it's good to kind of have I don't know, maybe you know how like when somebody gets trained up in some kind of something and then they have to unlearn what they learned. I'm not saying my way is going to be the right way. I'm just saying that maybe it's not a bad thing that you are going in blind, and so that way your expectations are low. So, yes, I have not. Okay, what's up, brother? Hey, Nate. Why is that guy famous all of a sudden? I'm so confused on why who is he and why is he a thing and why is he like so famous all of a sudden? What's his real name? Is it like Caleb or something? I don't even know. Sketch. Holly, yes. But we'll go ahead and get started here in just a minute. But um, I don't know. Just some fun facts for you guys just before we dive in. Um, we are you guys remember the BRICS nations that used to be like a hot topic and now nobody talks about it anymore, but BRICS, um, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. What's up, Leah? Hey, thank you. But China is a part of BRICS, and they have offloaded, I want to say, $53 billion of U.S. Treasury funds since the beginning of the year. So within the first quarter, they've offloaded $53 billion, and there are other BRICS nations and allies that are even offloading some of U.S. Bonds and whatnot. And it's really interesting seeing how that whole thing's coming together. I don't know exactly how it's all going to play out. Obviously, nobody does, but it's interesting to see people just kind of jumping ship. Um, Not saying that it's going to be like this is signaling a collapse or anything like that, because it's seemed like that's been the case forever. But it's really fascinating to see that China, within only a couple months, have gotten rid of $53 billion. That is significant, to say the least. And then uh, when you couple that with our debt, I just can't. It's, you can't overlook it. We're at, what is that, $34.7 trillion in debt now. So we are to the moon. Really, really quite something to 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 really try to wrap your mind around that. Hello, what's up, Melly? Oh man, good to see you. I was sharing G4110 with somebody. You were sharing G4110. Um, are you saying Isaiah 4110? Hello, Jules. Yeah, so it's very interesting. Long time no see is right, Melly. Well, welcome back. It's good to have you. And yeah, so all right, we can go ahead and well, no, there was some other stuff that I wanted to tell you guys. There's some other things that were happening. Oh, this is really fascinating. So the whole war going on over in Israel, there's so many things. Like, how do you keep track of everything? That's a question to try to figure out, I suppose. But something that just happened yesterday for the first time ever is that, obviously, Hezbollah. So obviously you guys are obviously familiar with Hamas, like Israel and Hamas going at it. And then America is basically tying Israel's hands behind their back and telling them to not go in, don't do it. What are you doing? Take the win, take the win. We're going to withhold arms from you and stuff like that. And it's really sad to see that happening. And I know it's not really the majority of American people, but it's the leader of our country, the leaders of our country. And so that is what is really, really unfortunate about our situation right now. But what is interesting that just happened yesterday, for the first time ever, is that you guys are familiar with Hezbollah, right? So Hezbollah, Hamas, they are basically tentacles of Iran. So Iran is in control of Hezbollah and Hamas. And so what's interesting about um, Hezbollah, they're up in the north. They have been bombarding Israel, right? All, like, just rockets all over the place. And it's really quite something to consider that if Israel wasn't focusing on Hamas, they would be at war with Hezbollah. And so it's fascinating to see that. And so the only reason they're not at war with Hezbollah right now is because they don't want to have a two-front war and be divided on that, especially when America is not backing them. It is so sad to see. I'm telling you guys, right? Like, it is so incredible to see what is happening, because what you're seeing in our world right now when it comes to us, America, to them, is you're seeing almost like we are witnessing people signing the divorce papers in a roundabout way. Like, like if you're a witness inside a courtroom and like the man and the woman, they're getting divorced or whatever, there's people witnessing that. That's kind of what I feel like we're doing right now. We're watching our relationship with Israel. They are our closest ally over in the Middle East, if not the world, and we're not funding them. And it's so bizarre to see that. And yet it's so kind of cool at the same time, because the Bible says that all nations, that's us. And so it makes sense, but it's still just like one of those, like, oh. But anyways, going back to what's going on with Hezbollah, the first thing that they did ever was that they have been firing rockets like there's nothing new there. But this just happened for the first time, is that they sent drones into Israel, into Israeli airspace. And within Israeli airspace, the drones fired rockets at Israeli targets. Now, that kind of technology is not something that they have to their disposal, and that is what is so interesting about it, because Iran and Russia are like two peas in a pod, right? And so they are um, building these drones over somewhere in Russia area, their territory. And so since Iran and Russia are in bed together, that means that Iran has that technology, and Iran is funding and providing that kind of those supplies to Hezbollah. And so Hezbollah, for the first time, sent drones in. Now, that's not new, because their drones were always going in, and they were doing these really, these attacks with drones. But the difference about this one is that the drones this time had rockets attached to them that went out from them and destroyed Israeli targets. So you're seeing Hezbollah becoming more and more emboldened. Their attacks are getting harder and harder, and they're hurting more people. And it is really quite something. I mean, we are seeing stuff happening right in front of our eyes, and it's just like one thing after another, after another, after another. And it's really kind of cool because you know where we're going. Like, we know what's going to happen. We just don't know how it's going to happen. And so that is what is really fascinating to think about, that type of stuff. So those drone attacks are going on. That happened for the first time just yesterday. And that's the kind of technology that people like us have, Americans. That's like what Russia has, right? Like, that's the kind of tech that we have. That's not what Hezbollah has. And so it doesn't sound like something fancy because we've had it, but it is incredible that now they have it. And so I don't, I mean, if one drone gets through and fires rockets within Israeli airspace, that's an aerial attack. I mean, do you see, like, isn't that fascinating to see the escalation going on? And so also they just discovered, like, we've known that there are tunnels all throughout in the Gaza Strip. We've known that there's all kinds of tunnels, like terror tunnels, right? Like, it's a whole city underground. And so that's why this whole process is so difficult for the Israeli military. But they've been able to get people out. They've like got over 100,000 people out of that area. But what they've discovered is that there are at least 50 to 70 underground tunnels that lead, I want to say, from Rafah to Egypt. And that is really interesting because does that mean that Egypt is complicit with Iran and with Hamas and Hezbollah, and are they all like? And so like they're kind of connecting the dots, and so they're trying to figure it out as best as they can. But as per America, as our typical fashion, we withhold information from them. We try to not give them any kind of supplies, or we're going to give you supplies, fine, we'll help, but we really don't want to. It is just a heartbreaking situation on our end towards them. And Benjamin Netanyahu made the statement that he's like, we've stood alone before, and we will stand alone. He's like, if you don't want to be here, then don't be here. And it's really fascinating that he said that, because I'm like, I don't think he understands the implications of what he just said when you look at it through a biblical kinds of lens. Because when you look at what he said through a lens, it's like, well, you know what, Netanyahu, you are going to stand alone, and then you're going to be saved by God. And it's just like one of those things, but they're still going to be completely blind. And so it is crazy to see all of these things happening in our world today. We're seeing it. It's just like, there it is, there it is, there it is, there it is. It's just that, are you looking through a biblical perspective? And so that's what we try to gain here in this type of Bible study that we've been doing here. So hopefully that information was somewhat helpful in a roundabout way. I don't know if you guys knew that stuff or not. I'm not like one of those people like, oh, you heard it here first. No, it's just, this is just something that I think is very, very important to pay attention to. Why? Because it's Israel. Why? Because Israel is the centerpiece of the world. Why? Because that's God's chosen people. Why? Because they were the least. I mean, it's just, why did he choose those people? It goes all the way back to the Old Testament. So it's really quite something. Hello, JR. Good beats evil in the end. Did you start a GoFundMe? Oh, sorry. He's a Christian. Who's a Christian? KB? Bless Al-Aqsa, the mosque. Oof. Oh gosh. I heard 700. Yeah, there's 700 tunnels, but 50 to 70 tunnels that go to Egypt. That's what I was trying to portray to you right there. Okay, what are we going to study, Jules? We're going to study Isaiah. Can you believe it? Didn't we give them 17 billion here lately? I don't know, man. We're just giving money all over the place. We're funding everybody else, which makes me worried for ourselves, because if we keep pumping out all these ammunitions all over the place. It's just like, well, wait a second. What do we have? I don't know, man. It is crazy. It's literally unfolding right in front of us. What's up, Leah? Good to see you. Okay, it is at least the House went against Biden. Yeah, that's true. And then he used his presidential powers. It's just crazy. It is just crazy. Okay. You're awesome. The news just gets annoyingly confusing sometimes. No kidding. Sheesh. Thanks for the update regarding Israel. Yeah, for sure, Susan. For sure. Okay, so I'm on an Android tonight instead of my phone, so my capabilities to moderate is slow tonight. Oh no, an Android. Oh man. Okay, so we can go ahead and get on into Isaiah. So we're going to be diving into Isaiah. This is a book that I have been dreading just because of how formidable it is. It is just like a book where you look at it and you're like, oh my goodness, it's 66 chapters long and there's a lot of words in it. That's a lot of words and studying. So, it's actually, it's funny because we were supposed to go live last night and then something happened and it actually ended up being a blessing, honest, in disguise, because it allowed me a lot more time to study. And I have been like, I don't know how long tonight's session is going to be, but right when it starts, you'll see right when it ends, it's going to be a long time because I mean, at least like you'll get the expedited version because like you'll I don't know. Hopefully, you won't have to go through the process of trying to understand what something is saying, because that's the hard part, right? Like that's the difficult thing. So once you unpack it and once you understand, it's just like, oh yeah, I totally see that. Of course, that's what it means. But getting to that point is difficult. At least for me, it is. It's difficult for me. But spent a lot of time, like hours. I want to say like 7 or 8 hours last night just diving into Isaiah. And so lots of time, and we won't spend that much time covering chapter 1 and 2, but we will be diving into it, and I'll try to give you I think the best way to go about it is to do a flyby. Hey, thank you, Holly. Thank you for that. Galaxy. Is DJ Nick in the house? Is Katie here? I don't know. Hello. I missed you. Haven't seen you in a while. Hello, Coffee Queen. Good to see you. We need more shorts on your page with updates. I'd follow channel sheesh before CNN. Man. Hey, just stopping by to say hi. How are you? Hey, Kay. Oh, what's up, DJ Nick? There you are. Good to see you, Kay. Hey, now, I'm always on Android. That's okay. iPhone. I'm miserable. It's okay. Hi, Ryan. What's up, Jackie? Thank you so much, Holly. Thank you so much. It is so awesome. I'm so excited. Very cool. All right. Yeah, I really just, the whole TikTok thing, like, I'm just, I don't know. I feel like if I could get with Brando and just be with him, because he's got the recording thing down and like the editing, and I don't even know, he probably does things on his computer. I don't do anything on the computer. I just use my phone, so it's probably very apparent just because of how simplistic the entire thing is, but I'm not so fancy. Okay, so before we dive in, as per usual, thanks for being here, guys. My name is Ryan. We are going through the Bible book by book, verse by verse. We're trying to get a better understanding, trying to understand what the heck we're reading. It's just like, what does this word mean? What is this? What is this alluding to? I have no idea. And so that's what we've been doing. So thank you for being here. We're going to be covering a lot of secondary issues tonight. And so what I mean by that are secondary issues are issues that are not relating to salvation. And so the primary issue is salvation. And so that is what I want you guys to understand more than anything in the entire world. The primary issue is salvation. How do you get to heaven? What must I do to be saved is the question that's on the table. And so that is what I need you to understand the answer, because there's a lot of different ideas out there and people will give you their belief. And it's going to be on you to come to your own conclusion on how to get to heaven. There's only one way, and that is the most important question that you need to exhaust on how to know for sure. beyond a shadow of a doubt. If I ask you your phone number, could you tell me? If I ask you your address, could you tell me? If I ask you what your social security number is or what your last name is, you would be able to tell me just like this. Why? Because it's important for our world here on this earth. But what we don't think about is eternity. And it's so backwards. We are such a backward like type of people that like it doesn't even make any sense to me why we do that. But we spend all the time looking at this much of our time instead of comparing to eternity. And so that is what I want you to understand. How to know for sure to get to heaven. You need to first understand that you need a Savior, and because you're a sinner and I'm a sinner. And so for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God, that's Romans 3:23. Romans 6:23 says, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. So that's the good news. For the wages of sin is death. Ooh, that sounds terrible. But the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. It's fascinating. What is the gift of God? Ephesians 2:9, for by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, but lest any man should boast. We need to understand that Jesus died on the cross for your sins, that he was buried, that he rose again on the third day, and the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. That is the gospel. The gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians 15:1-4, that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. That is so stinking neat and heartbreaking and awesome and saddening and all kinds of emotions all at once. But that's what I want you to understand more than anything. Because I believe, I've told you this, we've been doing these TikTok lives for 8 months now. I don't even know. And I told you at the beginning that I believe that the rapture will occur in our lifetime. I'm 35. I'm about to be 36 here in 10 days or something like that. And it is really interesting to see how everything seems to be speeding up. I tell you guys about my buddy Cole. He said the other day, he's like, it seems like life is just speeding up so fast. He's like, I don't even remember what happened 2 days ago. He's like, where's the time going? He's like, summer is here, spring is gone, summer's about to be here. What's going on? And I feel like everybody can relate to that. And it's just interesting to see how he is not saved. He doesn't believe in God. He doesn't believe in Jesus. He doesn't believe in the Bible. And he's telling me things about the Bible because he's looking at the world. And so I've been witnessing to him, and I told my parents, and I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if the rapture occurs. I believe that Cole would come to the Lord. He'll just have to do it the hard way, just because of how much I've been trying to pour into him over the past decade or so. But we are living in a time that is unlike any other time, and we have more light, referring to the Bible, than anybody else has ever had. And what I mean by that is that we are learning and we are communicating and growing, and we're talking about the Bible, God's word. And that's there are people here like Rusty, Christine, she lives over in Dublin, over in Ireland, and it's just fascinating, the technology that we can have these kind of studies and we can learn and grow. And it talks about that, knowledge will go to and fro. Was that in Daniel 12 or something? But it's just really interesting to see what we have right in front of us, to see all the tech, to see all the things that are happening, unfolding, and primarily speaking, referring to Israel. Israel is the centerpiece. Pay attention to Israel. Pay attention to Israel. I've told you that. I said that months before the October 7th attack, and sure enough, you guys were here when that all happened, because we went live on October 7th, and that was just one of those what is happening type of stuff. This shouldn't be happening in my lifetime. What do you mean it's happening right now? What? And so it's really interesting thinking about all the prophecies. There's people who are divided on when this is going to happen, when this is going to happen, when this is going to happen. But it's important to bring it back to the gospel at all costs. Bring it back to the gospel. You want to see something different than me on this area over here? That's okay. You can win that argument, but let's talk about Jesus. And so that is what I want the world to know, and that is what I want you guys to know. And if you've been here at all, then you probably know that already. And that's my hope. And my hope here is to, if you are born again, amen. But if you are born again, my hope for you is for me to try to stir you up. I want to stir you up. I want to pump you up. I want to get you motivated, and I want you to be even more stirred up as you see the day approaching. And I'm telling you what, like, I feel like we are seeing the day approaching. And it's just like, how do you know Christmas is coming? It's because you see Thanksgiving stuff hanging up in the stores. It's like, you know Christmas is coming because you're seeing all this stuff. It's like, what? It's like, it's like Halloween isn't even over, and here comes, like, there's turkeys all over the place. I don't know. You're a turkey. Hi all, what's up? Oh wow, I saw Before the Wrath, and man, so good. No kidding. I'm telling you what, Amber, that was so good. Hey, thank you, Debbie, for that flower. You're correct. Jesus is what matters. That is absolutely right. Michelle, thank you, Debbie, and thank you guys so much. I made it. I've seen the video you reposted, and we should pay attention to the video I reposted. Thank you, Heather. You guys don't have to do that. I appreciate it though. Thank you so much. Let us get back. What video did I repost? Do I repost videos? I don't do it very often. If I did, I know I did. I can't remember which one it actually is. Good to see you though, Alyssa. Okay, that is what I want you guys to know. A long time no see. Yeah, thank you for being here, guys. If you guys are new, like I said, my name is Ryan. That is the primary issue, is salvation. How to know for sure you can get to heaven. We've been going through the Bible book by book, and I upload all of those studies that we've done before to YouTube. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, John, Hebrews, James, Acts, Acts, Romans, First and Second Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians, First and Second Thessalonians, First and Second Timothy, Titus, Philemon, and now we are doing Isaiah. This is going to be a tough one. So there's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you guys wouldn't mind going to subscribe over there, that would be awesome, because I don't know if they're going to do away with TikTok. I know there's talk about it. I've been kicked off of here multiple times just for all kinds of, because I'm such a terrible person. But if they do go do away with TikTok, then we could possibly set something up over on YouTube. Who knows? I don't know what's going to happen, but all of those past studies, if you are interested, are up on YouTube. That is there for your disposal if you would like it, and not a big deal, but it's there if you would like it. So we can go ahead and get into Isaiah. And so if you guys knew anything about, people have been wanting to, there's a couple of people who've been wanting to do Isaiah. Jules, I think, was one of them. Barb, Katie was definitely one of them. And there's some other people who wanted to do some the study of on Isaiah. And then I know there's some people who are just like, I don't even care, let's just keep going. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But Isaiah for me was very intimidating, and so we're gonna do this. We're gonna do bite by bite. How do you eat an elephant? Bite by bite. So we're gonna do this. And so I was thinking about Leah was, I've been begging you to do this since day one. I can't believe you forgot about me. I'm so sorry. Leah, it's just because of all the jokes that you say. Okay, so I was thinking about how to tackle Isaiah, because it's such a big book. And so what I figured would be helpful for all of us is if we do a little aerial view, like a flyby, and try to get a feel for the entire book, just so we can kind of understand and kind of wrap our mind around this ginormous piece of literature that we have here. And I think that will kind of help us. And so before we do that, Isaiah, the name Isaiah is Yahweh is salvation. Yahweh is salvation. So that's what Isaiah means. And what's interesting about Isaiah is that Isaiah is quoted or alluded to 472 times in 23 out of the 27 books within the New Testament. 472 times Isaiah is inserted into the New Testament. And so that is the most quoted book, and it's unreal that it's 472 times. It's unreal, and not just it's not in every book in the New Testament, but it's in 23 books out of the 27 that is in the New Testament. It's massive prophetically, and the theme here in a roundabout way, is that when you look at Isaiah and you're trying to kind of put like a type of theme onto Isaiah, one of the themes that you can label it, there's multiple ways to kind of label Isaiah if you would like, but one of them could be salvation. God's redemptive work. It is unreal. When you look at all of the Old Testament prophets, the prophetic books in the Old Testament, Isaiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, all of those prophetic, all of them, if you put all of them and you do a search and you type in salvation, you will find that the salvation comes up like it's like under 50 times, and like 80% of the time that the word salvation is used, it's in Isaiah. It is in Isaiah. Isaiah zooms in on salvation, and that is really quite something. And so it's when you look at, well, okay, so so some of the principal messages, I guess, before we go to where I was just trying to think about where we were going, we'll tackle that here in a second. Some of the principal messages in Isaiah, it's going to be talking about a lot about judgment. Judgment is a big deal within the book of Isaiah. Why judgment? Because of sin. Because of sin. Because of sin. Sin. It's so interesting when you start looking at the judgment. Why is there ever any kind of judgment? It's because God tells us what to do, and then we don't listen. And so therefore, judgment has to happen because he is a holy God. If he didn't do that, then he wouldn't be just. And like, it's just so interesting how he's completely just and merciful. How can you be just and merciful at the same time? It doesn't even make any sense. But if you are born again, he's completely merciful. If you are not, he's going to be just. And so that is, it's terrifying thinking about the people who stand before the great white throne. And that is why we should be wanting to tell people about Jesus at any chance that we can. But Isaiah is going to be talking a lot about judgment because of the lack of loyalty towards God and the sin that is brought into their culture. But then after that, restoration. Restoration is going to be another topic, another principal message within the book of Isaiah. Restoration is so cool because even though there's going to be judgment, he is still long suffering. He is still not willing that any should perish. And this goes all the way back to the Old Testament. And so then obviously we'll be talking about the coming Messiah through the house of David. So those are some of the key principles that are we're going to be talking about in Isaiah. But there are some key chapters within the book of Isaiah. Key chapters within the book of Isaiah. And so I think that's what I was talking about. We could do a little bit of a flyby and we can talk about some of those. But before we kind of look into those, it's really remarkable thinking about the structure of Isaiah. And we'll talk about this in a minute, but I want you to kind of get a little bit of an aerial view. And what I mean by that is that there are 66 books in Isaiah. There are 66 books in Isaiah. How many books are in the entire Bible? There are 66 books in the entire Bible. And so people they've made, I believe that they made the correct connections, and Isaiah is a mini Bible. You look at Isaiah and it is broken up into two different segments. So Isaiah has 39 chapters in the first half, and then right when you go to the 40th chapter to the end of the book, that is 27 chapters. So just like the Old Testament, how many books are in the Old Testament? There's 39. How many books are in the New Testament? There's 27. How many books? I'm telling you, when you pay attention to Isaiah, it completely parallels the rest of the Bible. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But the first 39 chapters, if you wanted to kind of like label the first 39 chapters of Isaiah, you could say our mighty God is chastening his people. Our mighty God is chastening his people. So that's the first 39 chapters. But if you wanted to label the chapter 40 to the end of the book, chapter 40 through 66, you could label it our merciful God is comforting his people. So the first 39 is he is chastening his people, and then the second half is he is comforting his people. Comforting, restoration, restoration, restoration. That's the hope. I don't know if you remember it, we just did the study not too long ago, but in 1 Corinthians chapter 5, you had that guy who was kicked out of the church because of what he was doing. And so the church ended up excommunicating him. But the hope for that excommunication was for him to come back. He's like, I want you to leave. I got to kick you out because that's right, because we got to protect the body. But we want you to come back. The hope is restoration. It is a restoration. And so that is super cool to think about that. But in chapters 1 through 6, we're going to be talking a lot about God, we're going to be talking about sin, and we're going to be talking about the culture of the people. That's going to be chapters 1 through 6. Chapters 7 through 12, we're going to be talking about the Messiah that was promised to us. So that is chapter 7 through 12. Chapter 13 through 23, we're going to be talking about how the nations are going to be judged. Chapter 24 through 27, we're going to be talking about the tribulation that was foretold. Now, this is in the Old Testament, mind you. Wait a second. So we're talking about the tribulation in the Old Testament? Yeah, it's going to get weird. But then when we get to 28 through 35, we're going to be talking about the woes upon God's people. And then 36 through 39 talks about God's powerful hand that is shown to Hezekiah. And Hezekiah is an interesting character. He is basically, you could look at him as he's a good guy. He messed up, but he was overall a good leader. So that is chapters 1 through 39 in a roundabout way. But when you get to chapter 40 through 48, that's where God promises restoration. He's like, I promise restoration to his people. And then in 49 through 57, God offers salvation through the Messiah. The Messiah. Man, I mean, we're gonna get a lot of information as we go throughout the book of Isaiah. It's gonna be very, very edifying, I'm sure, and enlightening to the at the least. But then in chapter 58 through 66, we are going to be told about the millennial kingdom. And what's really interesting about the millennial kingdom is that you would think that we would get the most information of the millennial kingdom from the New Testament, right? Like that just kind of, that's like almost a logical way of thinking, right? Like, hey, the millennial kingdom's going to be happening in the New Testament, if you want to look at it that kind of way, since it's a continuation. But wait a second, we're going to be learning a lot about the millennial kingdom in the Old Testament and Isaiah. Thank you, Jules. Hey, what's up, DLP? It's just interesting to see that we learn the most about the millennial kingdom in the Old Testament and Isaiah specifically. So Isaiah is essentially a gold mine. It is all over the place. And so if you choose to look at Isaiah in a biblical kind of format, you'll be able to kind of wrap your mind around it a little bit more, because it is a mini Bible. It is a mini Bible. So some of the things that Isaiah is going to be teaching as we dive into it is that Isaiah is going to be teaching divine inspiration. Now we know that all Scripture is God breathed. If you guys want to go to 2 Timothy real fast, 2 Timothy chapter 3 verse 16. 2 Timothy chapter 3 verse 16, Paul says, all Scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be complete, thoroughly equipped for every good work. And here's something that I want to ask you guys, and this is just something that I was thinking about the other day. I was like, it's so interesting when you read 2 Timothy chapter 3 verse 16 and you read that, I wonder, like we've talked about that before, obviously, when we dove into 2 Timothy, but do you guys, like, are you guys going about your day to day and are you being corrected based upon what you know about the Bible? Are you living your life and are you like, wait a second, I shouldn't be doing that? That's the Word of God working in you and through you. And it's just interesting, because I was just driving around. I was like, I should be getting corrected. I need to be corrected. I am a human being that is a sinner who has been saved by grace, and I am being corrected on the daily because of the Word of God. And it tells us that. It says all Scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, For reproof. Reproof is what is not right. For correction. Correction is how to get it right. You don't know what you're doing wrong until somebody tells you that you're doing wrong. And so that's what's so interesting about the Bible, because I hope you guys have been just getting worked on as we've been doing these studies. And I know there's been people who have been here since day one, and I'm sure you guys have just hopefully you guys are really growing too, spiritually. It is just really, really, really neat to see that, because the more you know, the more you're like, my goodness, like I mean, we used to think, or I used to think, like, I'm not that bad of a person. Like, I'm not that bad. Like, I'm comparing myself to everybody else. But it's like, it's just like, it's just like a piece of trash comparing himself to another piece of trash. It's like they're both trash. And so it's just interesting that, wait a second, I was completely lost. I was completely hopeless. And so then I learned about Jesus, and he saved me. And so I'm just like, don't you want to, you guys out here, like, don't you want to as well? Like, can I tell you about Jesus? Because, man, right when you start to look at yourself and start thinking that you kind of got it going on, you're going to need to really look at yourself and slow your roll and remember who you are and remember who God is. And that is something that I think we've kind of lost touch with. We forget who we're dealing with a lot of the times. And that is heartbreaking, because God is almighty and all powerful. And we're going to learn a lot about him as we go throughout this. But Isaiah, going back to what we were talking about, Isaiah teaches divine inspiration. Isaiah is going to be teaching us about a literal 6 solar day creation. And so that's interesting. It sounds like, to some people that might not be like something that is very important, because you don't struggle with that. But there are people who are like, well, how long was a day? Yeah, there were 6 days, but maybe each day was 1,000 years, because a day is like 1,000 years into the Lord. So maybe God created it in 6,000 days. And I'm just like, what? So it's just interesting, and Isaiah will address that for us. Isaiah also will teach us about the origins of demons and angels. He's going to be talking to us about the second coming, the judgment that's going to be following. And he's going to be teaching us on 2 of the most distant events in history. Here's one event, and then he's going to be talking about the furthest event from it. So in this book, he's going to bring up this event that happened before we were even here, and then he's going to talk about this event that's going to happen afterwards. And it's just like, man, all that in the same book, that is crazy. But there are some reasons why Isaiah is very, very vital to really kind of dive in and understand. I mean, it's a great book. It's just very intimidating. It is just like one of those, like, oh no. But so one of the reasons why Isaiah is so important to understand is because one of the reasons we talked about it already is because it is widely quoted. It is widely quoted. And so when I say that, what I mean is that it's really important for you and I to understand that Jesus believed Isaiah, and so did Paul, and so did Peter, and so did Luke, and so did John, and among others. But if you have those giants quoting the Old Testament, specifically Isaiah, that is something to pay attention to. Why? Because there's a lot of controversy about Isaiah. There's a lot of people who like to try to pick apart Isaiah and say, no, this isn't this, or this Isaiah is a different Isaiah than that Isaiah, or there's multiple Isaiahs. And so there's all kinds of different thoughts out there. But on that note, let's go to John chapter 12. Let's go to John chapter 12, verse 41. John chapter 12, verse 41. John chapter 12, verse 41. So in John chapter 12, now we studied we've studied the book of John already, and so if you guys were here for the study of John, it's up on YouTube. If you would like, you can go check it out. But we talked about this when we were in John, the Gospel of John. But what's interesting in John chapter 12, no, it's not 40. John chapter 12, verse 38. In John chapter 12, verse 38. In John 12, verse 38, it says that the word of Isaiah the prophet might be fulfilled, which he spoke. Lord, who has believed our report? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Okay, so before we dive in, this is a very important concept to understand when you're tackling the whole Isaiah kind of understanding, I suppose. Like when you're trying to wrap your mind around Isaiah and you're trying to combat the other ideas that people try to disprove, because there are some people out there who will tell you that there are multiple Isaiahs. Some people believe that there's up to 3 or 4 different Isaiahs who wrote Isaiah, and the reason is because they can't wrap their minds around how Isaiah, if there was only one Isaiah, how only one Isaiah could foretell all of the things that he knew and write them down, because that doesn't make any sense. How could that even be? And so my point here is that this is only possible if God, right? Because God spoke to him, God spoke through him. And so when you look at it through that kind of lens, it's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But when you look at it from a very dangerous kind of standpoint, and you're like, well, no, there was 3 or 4 different Isaiahs because there's no other way. Well, now you're starting to doubt God, and now you're starting to plant seeds of doubt. And so what I want to show you here is very, very important for your understanding, and it's going to hopefully encourage you because of what we're about to read. In John chapter 12, verse 37, John chapter 12, verse 37, it says, "But although he had done so many signs before them, they did not believe him, that the word of Isaiah the prophet might be fulfilled, which he spoke. Lord, who has believed our report, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed?" So that quote that is listed there in verse 38 is from Isaiah chapter 53. Now, just remember Isaiah chapter 53. That's important. Now let's read verse 39. In verse 39, in John chapter 12, verse 39, it says, "Therefore they could not believe because Isaiah said again." In verse 40, it says, "He has blinded their eyes and hardened their hearts, lest they should see with their eyes, lest they should understand with their hearts and turn, so that I should heal them." Okay, so there's going to be 2 different things here, but the first thing that I want you to understand is in verse 39. In verse 39, in John 12, verse 39, if you read the King James Version, it will say, "Therefore they could not believe because that Isaiah said again." Now, this is Jesus telling us this information. So he is telling us that Isaiah. Why is that important? Because that word, that, is so huge to refute all the other teachings that are out there that are like, no, there's multiple Isaiahs. No, there's multiple Isaiahs. No, there's multiple Isaiahs. There are not multiple Isaiahs. There is one Isaiah who wrote Isaiah, and that is why you need to understand that, so you can guard yourself when you start to talk to other people who are like, oh no, there's multiple Isaiahs. So that's the first thing that I want to give you. The second thing in this passage in John chapter 12 is that in John chapter 12, verse 38, he quotes Isaiah chapter 53. In John chapter 12, verse 40, he quotes Isaiah 6. So you have Isaiah 6 and you have Isaiah 53. Do you remember what I told you about Isaiah being a mini Bible? Well, Isaiah being a mini Bible, going back to that, this might take a minute to wrap your mind around, but Isaiah is a mini Bible, which means that Isaiah chapter 1 through 39 is in Isaiah chapter 40 through 66, that parallels the rest of the Bible. And so what's so fascinating about John chapter 12, verse 38 and 40 is that Jesus quotes a passage in the beginning of Isaiah chapter 6, and he quotes Isaiah chapter 53. So he's validating the New Testament and the Old Testament that is mixed into Isaiah. I don't know if you guys are understanding what I'm saying there, but like that is so stinking neat when you understand that he is confirming the authenticity of the first 39 chapters of Isaiah by quoting it. And then he confirms the second half of Isaiah, which is Isaiah 40 through 66, by quoting Isaiah chapter 53, because Isaiah 6 is in the first half, Isaiah 53 is in the second half of Isaiah. Both parts, it's a mini Bible, Old Testament, New Testament, put together. Jesus confirms them both. And that is so important. Why? Because if you believe Jesus to be true, then that means you believe Isaiah to be true, because Jesus believed Isaiah to be true. And so if you believe Jesus and you believe Jesus believed Isaiah, then you can just believe the whole thing. And so my point here is the more you understand this, the better you'll be prepared mentally and spiritually when people try to refute certain things that are going on in the Old Testament. And so this kind of stuff is so awesome. Like when you see this stuff, it's just like what, but that is so cool to make those connections. So hopefully that makes sense to you, because that is that's pretty remarkable. Okay, so that's what I was talking about. Jesus believed Isaiah, so did Paul, so did Peter, so did John, so did Luke. They all quote him. He's quoted all over the place, and that is really neat. So going back to some of the reasons why Isaiah is vital to really understand is, number one, it's because it is widely quoted. And we just talked about all of the stats that go into that. Isaiah is quoted like 470 times or so. And that is bananas right there. But another reason why it's important to understand Isaiah is because of salvation, how salvation is described. We talked about that before earlier as well. Salvation in the prophetic books, in the Old Testament prophetic books, the books of the prophets, salvation is mentioned like 40, somewhere around 40, 50 times, and it is mentioned the most in Isaiah. It is mentioned the most in Isaiah. And that is interesting. So, because let's go to Isaiah chapter 1, verse 18, just to kind of get a glimpse of that. In Isaiah chapter 1, verse 18, it says, "Come now and let us reason together, says the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they are red like crimson, they shall be as wool." That is Isaiah chapter 1:18. But then let's go to Isaiah chapter 12. Isaiah chapter 12. In Isaiah chapter 12, verse 2, it says, "Behold, God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid, for Yah, the Lord, is my strength and song. He also has become my salvation. Therefore, with joy you will draw water from the wells of salvation." And I mean, that verse right there is so cool. Wait, verse 3. "Therefore, with joy you will draw water from the wells of salvation." Draw water from the wells of salvation. It's interesting thinking about drawing water. Like, what's this really alluding to? It seems like it's alluding to, okay, so humans, you and I, we are frail beyond belief. Like there's times like where, like if you're all kitted out, if you're like ready to go, if like soldiers, for example, you give them all the gear, they feel strong, they feel powerful. Why? Because they have all this equipment, everything fits snug and all this kind of stuff. And we feel strong and powerful. But what's interesting is that we need to remember that our life is a vapor. Like, I mean, it's so crazy when you think about that. Like, we are literally teetering on eternity as we're talking right now. That's wild. What do you mean? Like, yeah, so I mean, how many people, like, you look up the statistics on how many people die every single day? It's crazy. But in verse 3, it says, "Therefore, with joy you will draw water." To draw water here in verse 3, you have to study. When you study, you memorize. And when you memorize, you can meditate. And when you meditate, we're supposed to meditate on the word of God day and night, right? Like that's what we should be doing. But meditation, we talked about meditation. There's people who have different ideas of meditation. If you do the whole yoga thing, meditate means to empty your mind and just think, just completely clear your mind and just completely do all these things. And it's just like, no. That's the opposite of what we should be doing. What we should be doing is filling our mind. You need to fill your mind with the word of God. Why? Because this is true and everything else is a lie. I mean, you need to never believe me. Why? Because I'm a sinner. But you need to challenge what I'm saying because we're talking about some serious stuff here. This is so important. Like, this is not just something you're supposed to write down and be like, oh, okay, I heard it somewhere on a guy from TikTok and he seems trustworthy. No, because if you do that with me, then you're going to do it to somebody else. And I'm telling you, you could do it with me because I'm a trustworthy guy, but don't do it because I am a liar, right? Like, that's what we need to understand. And so salvation, salvation, salvation. It is described in this book. But another reason is because it is a primary source on the virgin birth. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 7. This is a primary source of the virgin birth. And so let's go to Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14. Isaiah chapter 7 verse 13. Isaiah chapter 7 verse 13. In Isaiah chapter 7 verse 13, Isaiah 7:13, it says, "Then he said, 'Hear now, O house of David. Is it a small thing for you to weary men, but will you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel.'" This virgin birth, according to Isaiah chapter 14, was a sign from God himself. It says, "Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel." And that is mentioned in Matthew chapter 1. Let's go to Matthew chapter 1. Now, that is talked about in Isaiah 7, and it is quoted in Matthew chapter 1. In Matthew chapter 1, you have Matthew chapter 1, verse 23. In Matthew chapter 1, verse 23, it says, "Behold, the virgin shall be with child and bear a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel," which is translated, God with us. Like God with us, like the mind-melting thing that we just read right there is unbelievable, because we, like, the Old Testament, like, you understand the Old Testament, like in Adam and Eve, they walked with God, right? Like back before the fall, back before sin entered. And then Adam and Eve, they messed up. Thanks, guys. And so here we are in this fallen world. But before we got to where we are in 2024, they were back in the Old Testament. And so in the Old Testament, they had this tabernacle. They had to build an actual place for God to dwell into. He set up all of these statutes, ordinances that they had to follow. Then that tabernacle went away. It was a portable tent. Then an actual physical temple that was not moving anywhere got constructed, and then that got destroyed. Then another one got built. Then that one got destroyed. And now here we are, after Jesus died on the cross, rose again, went back, ascended up into heaven. Now you and I are the temple. It is crazy. But Emmanuel, God with us? Are you kidding me? God with us? What? I mean, like, you could just go on about that kind of stuff. That is unbelievable. God with us? Shouldn't it's just like, what? Like, that doesn't make any sense. But that was the sign in Isaiah chapter 7, a virgin birth. And so this is another reason why Isaiah. So let's go into the next reason. Another reason why Isaiah is so important is because it is an amazing picture of the Bible's structure. We talked about this a little bit already, but the Bible is constructed of 66 books written by over 40 or so authors. And it's just crazy when you look at it, because there's 39 Old Testament books and there are 27 New Testament books. And it's interesting because let's go to Isaiah chapter 40 real quick. Isaiah chapter 40. So Isaiah chapter 40, just so you can so let's go to Isaiah chapter 40. Okay, so we talked about how Isaiah chapter 1 through chapter 39 is paralleling the Old Testament. So Isaiah chapter 1 through 39 parallels the Old Testament. So that means that Isaiah chapter 40 through 66 parallels the New Testament. And I'm going to give you an example of why that is true. In Isaiah chapter 40, so in Isaiah chapter 40, looking at that model that we just talked about, Isaiah chapter 40 should be the very first book in the New Testament. And I'm going to show you why. Isaiah chapter 40. In Isaiah chapter 40, verse 1, "Comfort, yes, comfort my people, says your God. Speak comfort to Jerusalem and cry out to her that her warfare is ended, that her iniquity is pardoned, for she has received from the Lord's hand double for all her sins." Verse 3, "The voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight in the desert a highway for our God. Now, I'm just going to give you that right there, and I'm going to ask you, and you probably already know the answer, but who is Isaiah chapter 40, verse 3 talking about? Who is Isaiah chapter 40, verse 3 talking about? That is something that we should probably know. But in case you don't know, that is talking about John. That is absolutely right. Awesome. Good job, guys. So now go to Matthew chapter 3. Because Matthew chapter 3, go to Matthew chapter 3. Matthew chapter 3. In Matthew chapter 3, verse 1, in Matthew chapter 3, verse 1, it says, "In those days, John the Baptist came preaching in the wilderness of Judea and saying, 'Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. For this is he who was spoken of by the prophet Isaiah, saying, the voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make his paths straight.'" And so what I want you to see here in reading Isaiah 40 and reading Matthew 3 is that Isaiah 40 starts off the New Testament. Matthew starts off the New Testament, and then after you get through the lineage and after you get through the virgin birth and whatnot, you're right into Matthew chapter 3, and that's where Isaiah 40 starts. It's crazy to see how the Isaiah parallels the entire Bible. It is unbelievable. And here's what I want you to really just try to wrap your mind around this, for example, for a second. You have Isaiah. It was written so long ago, right? It was written so long ago. It was written centuries before the rest of the Bible was even given to us, right? Before all the other New Testament books were even, before the authors were even born, right? And Isaiah writes out this book. And he's just writing stuff down. He's like, okay, here we go. Probably not understanding any of it, like half of it. And here we are today in 2024. We're reading it. We're seeing how Isaiah parallels the entire Bible. And there's people out there who are like, well, you know what? I don't think the Bible's real. Now, it's fascinating to think about just Isaiah and then to think about the Bible. There are 66 books in the Bible. There are 66 chapters in Isaiah. There are 39. When you look at the 39, when you compare that to the Old Testament, when you look at the chapter 40 through 66 and you compare that to the New Testament, you see how there's that divide. It is unreal to see how this is structured. So I hope you guys are really getting an appreciation for the structure of the Bible. Like all of these things are just verifying. It is so neat to see this kind of stuff. It is crazy. Man, I mean, it's just completely mind-blowing thinking about this. It is mind-blowing. The absolute architecture from the beginning to the end is just like how else do you explain it? It doesn't make any sense. Another reason why studying Isaiah is very important and vital to understand is because it's the some of the best sources for the Bible's mysteries. There are some crazy mysteries in here. And what I mean by that is in Isaiah chapter 14, we learn a lot about the fall of, the ancient, just to kind of put a little bit more of the descriptive word there, the ancient fall of Lucifer or Satan. That's all documented in Isaiah chapter 14. Now, if that's documented in Isaiah chapter 14, then what's going on in Isaiah chapter 66? In Isaiah chapter 66, that is where we're talking about a new heavens and a new earth. And so what I want you to appreciate again in Isaiah is to understand that in Isaiah, you have the furthest event all the way back that we could ever go, which was the fall of Satan. That's what we have. That's as far back as we can really go, right? To some extent. And then when you look from the future to as far out as we can see into the future, we have a new heaven and a new earth. So in Isaiah, we are given as far back as we can possibly see to as far forward as we possibly can see. And that is all in the same book of Isaiah. I mean, what are the odds? What are the odds? That is the furthest point from the past to the furthest point in the future that we can see. That is what is going on in the book of Isaiah. That's just another thing. The two most furthest events, and that is all captured in the same book. I mean, that is bananas. But then another reason why Isaiah is amazing is because it's you could go read Isaiah chapter 40, and what's going on with this? Hold please. Okay. I don't know why. Like every 30 minutes or something like that, I have to like slide my finger across and match this picture up. I don't know. They're making sure. I don't know why they do that, but that's why I look at my phone. Anyways, if we go to Isaiah chapter 40, Isaiah chapter 40 could be called the doctrine of God, like because it's all about theology. It's a book of theology. Isaiah chapter 40 specifically it focuses on theology. Now, what is theology? Like theology, theos logia. So theos is God, logia is to study. So theos logia means to study God. So that's what theology is. And so if you go to Isaiah chapter 40, we will learn an incredible amount about God. And so that is in Isaiah chapter 40. So that is, we'll eventually end up getting there, but that is in Isaiah chapter 40. And we were just there not too long ago. But what's interesting about that is that in Isaiah chapter 41, which is right after, you learn an incredible amount about God, you get to Isaiah chapter 41, and it's so funny because God basically ends up taunting these other gods that are out there. But we'll talk about that here in a second. But that's in Isaiah chapter 40 and 41. And then another reason why Isaiah is amazing is because it has the strongest declaration of the Trinity. There are some people who have a really hard time wrapping their minds around the Trinity, and I don't blame them for that at all. Like I really don't, because it's just like, well, what do you mean? There's three, but they're one. How do you explain that? And I'm like, I can't. Like, I mean, it's just unreal. How do you explain that type of stuff? Because that is unlike anything that we've ever been able to relate to ourselves. But the Trinity. Like where do we get the word Trinity from? Like triune, unity, three, unity. So they just removed the U from unity and they just connected tri and unity, and they removed the use, and that's what Trinity. But let's go to Isaiah chapter 48. Isaiah chapter 48. So in Isaiah chapter 48, verse 16, in Isaiah chapter 48, verse 16, it says this. Isaiah chapter 48, verse 16 says, come near to me, hear this. I have not spoken in secret from the beginning. From the time that it was, I was there. And now the Lord God and his Spirit have sent me. Come near to me, hear this. I have not spoken in secret from the beginning. From the time that it was, I was there. And now the Lord God and his Spirit have sent me. So it's just like, well, okay. Well, first off, who is me? Who's the Lord God and who is his Spirit? And it's just like interesting seeing all this kind of stuff, because people are like, well, God, Jesus, people believe in Jesus, but they don't believe he's the Son of God. People believe in Jesus. People say that Jesus is, he's real, but he was a creation, meaning he was not the creator. He's a creation. And I'm just like, no, you're wrong. And so they try to discount, rebuke, and they're doing all these things so hard against this. And I'm just like, man, if you are fighting this so hard, I'm just like, man, that just makes me want to pay attention to it even more and learn about this even more. Because when you pay attention to our world right now, if people are trying to turn you off to something, it's almost piques your curiosity even more. And you're like, okay, well, if I can't do that, well, now something's going on here. Why does the world hate this? Why do we hate this precious name of Jesus so much? Why is his name a cuss word? Why are we using him? His name is in vain. Like, we don't say, oh my Buddha, right? We don't do that. We don't do anything else like that. It is always this derogatory sense of his name. And it's just like, why? Well, it makes a lot more sense when you remember that we live in a fallen world. But Isaiah is massive for remembering and supporting the Trinity. There are all kinds of other places that you could go to show examples. Genesis 1:1, Daniel, like how, like, what is it, Daniel 7? You go to Revelation chapter 5. You have all of these other examples that you can go to, the baptism of Jesus, all of these times. But like Isaiah, like, I mean, that's in the Old Testament. Like, and that is like, how do you get around from that? The Lord God, his Spirit has sent me. What is going on here? And so that is a huge defense for the Trinity. Another reason why Isaiah is so incredible is because of what some people refer to as the Holy of Holies in regards to the Old Testament. Now, we look at, John chapter 17 is remarkable because you have Jesus praying to the Father, and it is this most intimate prayer, and you're getting a peek inside his heart, like unlike anywhere else, right? Like that is a very intimate situation between the Son and the Father, and it's just like, wow, how did we get so lucky to get that? Like what? And so that's a picture of the Creator, the person who loves you, and it's just like he's pouring out his heart to the Father, and he's like, is there any possible way that I don't have to go through this? And he's like praying for us, and he's like, I'm just like, why? Like, what does that have to do? And so Isaiah chapter 53 is the Holy of Holies in many regards in the Old Testament. Isaiah chapter 53, it is unreal. Like, we'll get to that, but man, it'll mess you up. Like when you start reading about Isaiah chapter 53, it talks about the crucifixion process. It talks about so much, and it describes it. It's the forbidden chapter to many Orthodox Jews. Like, they're not allowed to read it because if they do read it, they can't help but see Jesus there. And so it's just fascinating. The Bible proves itself time and time again. And the more you look at Israel, and the more you see them just Jewish people love them, but they are some of the most loud, the most boisterous, they will argue. And then you guys can, depending on where you're at in the world, I suppose, but then you can kind of high five and go on your separate ways. But it's just interesting how they are so set in their minds. And there are some who have had their eyes open, but we know that the majority of them are not going to have their eyes open until a certain point in history. And that's what Romans 11:25 talks about, until when the fullness of the Gentiles has come, then they will be open, they're blinded right now until the fullness of Gentiles has come in. What's the fullness of the Gentiles? I'm glad you asked. No, that's a whole different topic, but that's like when the rapture occurs, that is where the fullness of the Gentiles actually occurs, and then they will no longer be blind for the most part, but they're going to have to go through a ton of stuff. And it's just like, man, are you seeing it right now in the world? You are seeing, it is so unbelievable to just sit back and look at the world right now. If you were to rewind, just go back 5 years ago, it would seem kind of like a normal kind of world. Okay, this is happening, not too bad, whatever. Yeah, it's nothing new. And now you're looking in the world, and you're seeing all these new laws set in place. You're seeing all this new hatred. You're seeing divisions all over the place, and you're seeing the rise of anti-Semitism skyrocket. I mean, there was a person in here who has basically already given me some crap from I think he was saying something from the river to the sea. And I just kind of want to ask these people, I was like, do you know what the river is? Do you know what the sea is? Or are you just chanting something that you've been programmed to do? And I'm just like, you probably don't even know what river you're talking about. You probably don't even know what sea you're talking about. But man, if you go over there and protest the stuff that you're protesting over here, it's not going to end well for you. And so it's just really fascinating. You're seeing this spirit of Antichrist. It's always been here because we live in a fallen world, but you're seeing it amplified. And now you're seeing it so much more directed towards God's people, The church has not replaced Israel. We are two players on the board. We are very important players. We are here to provoke them to jealousy, and it is important to know that, because if you don't believe that, then it's opening the door to anti-Semitism into your life. Because if you are a Christian who believes that you replaced the Israel, then you're mistaken. And so that's what's interesting when you look at the world, the churches in our world right now, is that that's one of the main doctrines that is being pushed out into the world, and it's heartbreaking because they're wrong. But what's fascinating about the entire thing with whole Israel is that the lie right now is that they want you to believe that if Israel just packed up and moved out, then everybody would be happy. And that is such crap. It is not right. It's a hatred. It is a spiritual hatred towards the people of it's God's chosen people. He's like, if you moved all those people over here and you put them in somewhere in America, it would be the exact same thing going on. It is always going to be against them. And there's going to be another Holocaust. And, it's always been, I mean, even when the Jews were scattered all over Germany, like, it's like these people were being hunted. They were being labeled. They had to wear these stars and stuff like that just so they could be identified. That's not too far off into the future. And I'm just like looking at this happen, and I'm like, oh my goodness, holy crap. Are you kidding me? It is in front of our eyes happening right now. And I just like the people don't see. And how do you know the word of God is true? Prophecy, like it is unreal. And so when you look at what's going to have to happen to these people to have their eyes open up, they are going to have to go through the gauntlet to have their eyes opened up. Zechariah talks about how 2/3 of them are going to be cut off. Do you know what cut off means? It means eliminated. You're done. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. These people are going to be eliminated. They're taken out. And so it's always a remnant, though. There's always a remnant that we're going to remain. But these people are stubborn, and they don't want to admit that they're wrong. And it's a spiritual blindness. I can't fault them for that because they missed the time of their visitation. That's all about in Luke 19. And it's prophesied about in Daniel chapter 9. All of these dots should be coming together in your mind, I hope, in a roundabout way. Because when you start to see the bigger picture, you're just like, I totally understand what's happening in our world right now. Like, I just get it. Like, it just makes sense to me. And why it only makes sense to me, to some degree, because I have the Word of God. And I'm just like, if you take this away from me, you remove all that information from my head, I am lost. Even if I have $1 million and I got a fancy house and cars and an awesome job, I am lost and I'm broken. Even if I'm smiling and I act like I am okay, I'm lost. And I saw this one thing, and it was one of the most challenging things. I was like, man, you guys remember the story with Lazarus and the rich man? You guys remember when Lazarus and the rich man, they both died. Lazarus goes to paradise. The rich man goes to Hades. And the rich man, he's talking to Lazarus. He sees Father Abraham. He's like, Father Abraham, can you put a drop of water on my tongue? That whole scenario is remarkable because the rich man, we're not told his name. We don't know who he is. And so it's interesting. But what's fascinating about it is that he knows who Father Abraham is, and he never even met him. How did he know? How did he know who Father Abraham was? Do they have name tags? You got name tags? Do they introduce it? Do they like, hey, I'm Abraham, what's your name? Like, no, they don't do that. My point is that the rich man was in Hades looking across the way. He knew why he was there. He never once fought against it. He's like, this is where I belong. He never was complaining and saying, I don't deserve to be here. He is like, please go tell my family. And so it's fascinating when you see that, because it's just like, man, it's like they knew, like understood, they had memories. And I'm like, man, imagine you're in paradise and you're looking down, like, now obviously it's different, but imagine back then. It's different now because we're in the New Testament. But imagine then. Imagine before Jesus. Imagine you're in that scenario where you're in paradise and you see your friend in Hades. And he's like, Ryan, what? Why didn't you even try to tell me? Why didn't you try? Were you worried about me thinking that you're a religious fanatic? Are you worried that you thought I would think that you're weird? Are you worried? Were you worried
that I would think you're crazy and make fun of you behind your back, and that's why you didn't tell me the gospel? You knew all of this information, and you sat next to me all these times, and you never once said anything to me? Are you kidding me? And now I'm down here, and you're up there, and you didn't feel like you had the right opportunity to come up to me at any time throughout the entire, all those years that you knew me. You didn't once wanted to come up to me and say, hey, do you mind if I tell you the bad news, and then also follow that up with some good news? No, you never did. And I'm just like, man, how convicting is that? How many people, how many times do you have good news? I mean, these people, like so many people are like, I just don't know. Like, what gift can I have? I feel worthless. I can't do anything. Yes, you can. I am telling you, you got to tell people about Jesus while there's still time, while it's still legal. I'm telling you, the world is getting dark, and it's only going to get darker. Why? Because the Bible says so. I mean, that's why I'm saying, I'm looking at the world, and I believe that the rapture could happen in our lifetime. I'm not going to change that. And so it just gets, you start understanding things, and it just starts working on you and working on you and working on you and working on you. And I am like, man, it is quite something. When you understand, like, what do we read about in Luke? Luke, the person who was forgiven much, he understood that. The person who was forgiven much forgave much. And so it's just like, when you understand that you were forgiven much, you're going to live like you've been forgiven much. But we forget how much we've been forgiven because we tend to look at ourselves as if we kind of got it going on. Like, I wasn't that bad to begin with. I wasn't that bad to begin with, so you forgave me. But no, do you understand that you were wretched and you were blind and you were miserable? And so it's so important for us to remember who we are, because such were some of you. And so you're looking at those people on the other side of the fence now, and you're looking at them and you're looking down on them, and you're like, why aren't you better? Why aren't you more like this? It's because they're doing what sinners do. They need to be told about Jesus. And so when they are told, and if they accept it, then the Holy Spirit gets in there, and he is going to start working on them. And it's just like, it is such a cool thing. You don't get saved and become a super Christian the very next day. It is a process. That's why it's called, like, children. Then you have young adults, and you have fathers. That whole thing. That's what it's supposed to be like. It's a walk. It is a growth. You're on milk, and then you're on meat and potatoes. You're growing. And the more you learn, the more you're like, wow. The more you understand how much you've been saved from. The more you understand how much you've been saved from, you recognize how much you deserved. When you understand how much you deserved, it's just like, well, wait a second, now I'm entitled to this? Are you kidding me? And what did I do? I didn't do anything. It is for by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. That is powerful right there. So, I don't remember what we were talking about, but somehow we got on that. So that's fun. Isaiah 53, the most important chapter. That's what I was talking about. One of the reasons we're kind of doing a little bit of a flyby, just to kind of talk about the aerial view of Isaiah in a roundabout way. But Isaiah chapter 53, man, Isaiah chapter 53 is so huge. Isaiah chapter 53 is quoted or alluded to around 85 times in the New Testament. Isaiah 53 is quoted or alluded to around 85 times in the New Testament. Isaiah 53. I mean, it is remarkable. So another reason why Isaiah is so important to understand is because it gives us the best explanation for the purpose of Bible prophecy. It gives us the purpose of Bible prophecy. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 44. Isaiah chapter 44. In Isaiah chapter 44, verse 6, and Isaiah chapter 44, verse 6, it says this. Isaiah chapter 44, verse 6, it says, thus says the Lord, the King of Israel, and his Redeemer, the Lord of hosts. I am the first and I am the last. Besides me, there is no God. Now, this is interesting because the Jehovah's Witness, they don't do well with this. But never mind. That's not the point here. In Isaiah chapter 44, verse 7, it says, "And who can proclaim as I do? Then let him declare it and set it in order for me, since I appointed the ancient people and the things that are coming and shall come. Let them show these to them." So this is so funny because in Isaiah chapter 41, so in Isaiah chapter 40, you have the doctrine of God, like a theology, some really, really solid doctrinal issues that are dealt in Isaiah chapter 40. In Isaiah chapter 41, you have God is basically taunting these false gods. He's just like calling them out. He's like, you guys are nothing, right? And so then you get to Isaiah chapter 44, and he's telling you, he says in verse 7, he says, "And who can proclaim as I do?" He is telling us, he's like, you guys want proof? I will give you proof. How can somebody prove to you something in order to make them to be true? How do I tell you information for you to believe me? If I'm God, how do I make you believe it? If I'm not here, I'll send you a book, and I'm going to be like, and I used this analogy before, but let's say we're watching a basketball game. We're watching a basketball game, and we're sitting there, and I'm like, hey, man, I can tell you everything that's going to happen here. And you're like, yeah, right, whatever. And then what if I told you exactly everything that was going to happen? I'm like, this person's going to get fouled at this time. This person's going to trip over here. He's going to break down. He's going to break his leg. This person's going to get hit in the face with the ball. That person over there, that popcorn's going to go flying right around this time or at this time. And I'm just like, I give you all of that information, then you would see it all happen, then you would look at me and you'd be like, oh my goodness. Now the problem is that you're the only one who knows that I gave you that information. So now you know, but nobody else does. So now you believe me, but nobody else does. And so that's what God was doing with these prophets. He's giving them information. They had these visions, and these people, like, can you imagine being Isaiah, especially in Isaiah chapter 6, and like in the throne room of God, and it's just like, I mean, he says, woe to me, for I am a man of unclean lips. It's just like, how? It's just like, that's the thing that came to your mind? Like when you were standing in the presence of God Almighty, he's like, that's what came to your mind? Like that I'm a man of unclean lips? My point here is that Isaiah was told information, and he saw things, and he's trying to give us that information. But how do you shake somebody awake and be like, you gotta listen, I'm not lying to you? And so that is what we're trying to do here. That's what Isaiah is trying to tell us, and we're trying to get that. But God is telling us, he's like, I'm going to tell you about prophecy. Why? Because that is how I prove to you who I am. I will prove to you who I am, because I will tell you the end from the beginning, and it's just unreal. And so he calls out the other gods. He's like, who else can do this? He's like, who else can do what I'm doing right now? He's like, bring them out. Where they at? Where they at? I can't see them. Are they in the back? Where they at? I don't see them. And he knows. And so he's telling us what's going to happen. He's telling us what it's going to do. When it happens, we look back at it and we're like, it's kind of a coincidence. I had that conversation with my buddy. I was like, well, what about when Israel became a nation? And he's like, I mean, that's like, seriously, like, there's other nations that came back. I mean, you could, like, if I say something now, I'm sure it'll happen in 1,000 years eventually, right? And that was his logical rationalization to just justify his like the Bible away. He's like, he didn't want to hear. And I'm like, you heard, it's in the Bible. It says it's like Israel's going to come back in a day, right? And then here we have it, 1948, and he's just like, coincidence. And it's fascinating to see how we justify ourselves, and it's fascinating to see what we will do to justify our lifestyles. We don't want to change. Why? Because sin is fun. It makes me feel good, and I don't want to do that because it takes work. And oh man, it's like so interesting when you look at the people in the New Testament, even in the Old Testament. The main characters, they lived a very a lifestyle that was alone, and it's crazy to look at it. Like they didn't like, it's just like when you compare what they were doing to what we're doing, it's just like one of these things is not like the other. And it's just like these guys were going to the ends of the earth, like doing all this kind of stuff, and here we are just like, it's kind of hot outside. I think I'll turn the air conditioning on. Boop. And it's just, man, it's just fascinating to see. But prophecy, the Jewish people look at prophecy differently than you and I do. You and I, as we've talked about this before, but in case you missed it, you and I look at prophecy as there is a prediction here, and then sometime in the future, there is a fulfillment. That is how you and I, in our American minds, look at prophecy. There's a prediction, and then sometime in the future, there's going to be a fulfillment. In the Jewish mind, they look at prophecy as patterns. They pay attention to patterns. There are all kinds of patterns all throughout the Bible, and they're paying attention to them. They're looking at them. They're like, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. And that's what Acts chapter 7 is all about, because Stephen is standing before the Sanhedrin, and he's calling them out. And he's like, you guys are completely lost in the sauce, and you guys are supposed to be the experts on the law. He's like, you guys don't understand that you rejected the guy the first time, and then the second time we accepted him. We rejected the guy the first time, and then we accepted him the second time. And he keeps making the pattern, and he keeps building his case, and he was going to build his way up to Jesus, but they stoned him to death before he could even get to that point. But they knew where Stephen was wanting to go. They understood, and they knocked him out before then. My point is that they paid attention to patterns, and Stephen was trying to paint them a picture. They understood what he was saying, and they weren't having any of it. And it's because they were prideful. They didn't want to lower themselves. It is so crazy to think about us as humans. And so, like, this is just me, like, me too. Like, it's unreal. Our issues in our world is submission. It's a submission issue. There is nothing wrong with submitting, but the world tells you that submission or submitting is wrong. The world tells you if you're a woman, to submit to your husband is so terrible. Like, how could you ever? The Bible says that it's the right thing to do, because I'm supposed to submit to the Lord. And so if you have a wife, your wife should submit to, like my wife submits to me. Why? Because I submit to the Lord. That's the model that he painted for us. And then that's the opposite of what the world tells you to do. The world tells you to be your own man, be your own woman. Nobody, like, they got to earn your respect, all this kind of stuff. And it's just like, if you're paying attention to anything about the Bible, no, submission is perfect. It is fine. It is okay. It is good to do that. Why? Because you are lowering yourself. If you want to submit, you're standing upright when we should be flat on our face. Why? When we're standing upright, we have pride. There's a pride issue there. And so that is what, like, submitting is a form of humility, and it's nothing wrong with it. Jesus submitted to the Lord. I mean, like, he submitted. Like, that's what Philippians chapter 2 is all about. So that is, prophecy. That's another reason why Isaiah is an important thing to, an important book to dive into. But another reason why Isaiah is so vital is because of some archaeological evidence that is in around us. It's really fascinating. So there's something in the British Museum that is called the Prism of King Sennacherib. And it's this prism, so it's got, like, it's a prism, but it's really tall, and there's all kinds of writings on it and stuff like that. And when you read some of the writings, what it basically does is it verifies some biblical events. And essentially in the ancient times, there was something that is, you could refer to it as the bully system. So if I came in your neighborhood and I completely conquered your neighborhood, then the people who survived would owe me tribute. Like, you would have to pay me stuff, right? And so then when I left and then I called upon you to give me stuff and you didn't do it, then I would come in and I would wipe you out. But if I called in and I was like, hey, give me stuff, and you gave it to me, then we're cool. But that's kind of like the bully system. That's kind of how it operated. So in the Old Testament, you have Hezekiah. He was taken out by the Assyrian Empire, and the Assyrian king called on Hezekiah to basically give him tribute, and Hezekiah said no. And so Hezekiah goes through these tunnels, and there's all kinds of stuff that is documented on this prism that is in the British Museum, and that prism basically validates a lot of the stuff that is in the Bible. And so there are things that are in the Bible, and it's all stuff that we're pulling up out of the ground. And so my point here is that all of these reasons that we're talking about here is stuff that I'm giving you because I want to kind of pump you up, I guess, for the study of Isaiah, because there's so much here. There is so much here, and I just feel like, oh my goodness, it is just so, it's like, how do you talk about it all? Like, I don't know how to talk about it all. But so the words on these pages, the words that we're going to be reading on in these pages are supported by elements that we can dig out of the ground. And that is just verifiable kind of proof. And people are just not wanting to just use their logical thinking, their critical thinking skills, their powers of deduction and reason. It's just unreal what people will do. But if you go to John chapter 3, in John chapter 3, Jesus is talking to Nicodemus. And in John chapter 3, Jesus is talking to Nicodemus, and he says, if I have told you earthly things and you do not believe, how will you believe if I tell you heavenly things? If I tell you earthly things and you do not believe, how will you believe earthly things or heavenly things? If you can't believe this simple stuff, then how are you going to believe the heavenly stuff? That's like, it's just like, this is what people have such a hard time with. And it's like almost like I don't want to, like, I'm kind of torn because, like, I understand, like, I get it. Like, they're completely blinded with the world. And, you know, we have a very formidable opponent who is fascinating, who is an angel of light, right? Like, this guy, Satan, Lucifer, like, we've talked about him a ton, and he is a big deal when it comes to deceiving and manipulating. And so we're living in a world where we are trying to navigate waters and build bridges to lost souls so that we might win some. Because time is short, one way or the other. Whether that rapture happens in our lifetime or not, time is short. I mean, there's no guarantee that I'm going to be here tomorrow. I mean, that's so cool to think about. Like, if I'm not here tomorrow, I'm going to be with the Lord. And I'm just like, just to think about that. That's crazy. Okay. So that's a little bit of a review in a roundabout way before we even dive into Isaiah. But now, like, we can start working our way towards getting to chapter 1. But Isaiah's name means Yahweh is salvation. Yahweh is salvation. Yahweh is salvation. Salvation it's mentioned. It is just crazy thinking about how God's redemptive work is going to be shown here as we dive into it. But Isaiah, Jerusalem was his home. This is where he lived. He lived in Jerusalem, and it's believed that he served in the court as a preacher. And it's also believed, or as tradition has it, that Isaiah, the way he ended up dying was that he was sawn in half, like he was put into a log, and then they sawed the log in half, and that's how they cut him in two. That's crazy, right? And so let's go to Hebrews chapter 11. Go to Hebrews chapter 11. Yeah, what? Wait, go to Hebrews chapter 11. In Hebrews chapter 11, which is, you can refer to it as the Hall of Faith. In Hebrews chapter 11, verse 37, it says, they were stoned. They were sawn in two, were tempted, were slain with the sword. They wandered about in sheepskins and goatskins, being destitute, afflicted, tormented, of whom the world was not worthy. They wandered in deserts and mountains, in dens and caves in the earth. And all these, having obtained a good testimony through faith, did not receive the promise, God having provided something better for us, that they should not be made perfect apart from us. So in Hebrews chapter 11, verse 37, it says they were stoned, they were sawn in two. That's alluding to Isaiah. And that is, what's up, Heather? Good to see you. What's up, Mark? Good to see you. Hi, bro. So that is That's how it is. It's believed that he was sawn in two by King Manasseh. King Manasseh, if you remember, we talked a little bit about him a while ago, actually, but he was a terrible dude. That dude was all bad. But anyways, going back to Isaiah, Isaiah, he ministered during the reign of 4 kings, and we're going to talk a lot about that too. And it's interesting when you think about Isaiah, when you're talking about some of the modern day relevance that this book has, the implications that this book has and had on them during that time and has on us right now is remarkable. It is remarkable. All the nations of the earth are included in the predictions of Isaiah. That's quite a statement to make right there. All the nations of the earth. Okay, so that is a little bit of a warm up to the book of Isaiah. That's our warm up before we dive into chapter 1. So let me take some of this drink. Oh my goodness. Didn't he put his kids through fire? Oh, I don't know. What an intro. I'm fired up. Let's go, Respiratory. Me too. Neo the Pug. What's going on? They went about in skins of sheep and goats, destitute, afflicted, mistreated. What's up, Eli? Good to see you. Waiting for Elijah. What does that name mean? What is that? What's that? What's your name mean? Double-minded. Hello, Lisa. Hi, friends. Javier. Good to see you guys. The warm-up was a whole sermon. I know. Well, I mean, I don't think you guys understand the, I was trying to plot a course. And I'm like, man, I don't know how to do it because you can go so many different ways. And so I feel like it's such an intimidating book. It is such an intimidating book. So I feel like if you are here for the entire, what we were talking about, hopefully you have a little bit of a handle on where we're going to be going. Now, I'm not going to be going through all of that every single time because that took an hour and 30 minutes to do. But we'll touch on some of the things. We'll fly by it, but just to kind of refresh, obviously, when we do these recaps. But it's just kind of hopefully maybe did that help you guys at all? As far as understanding, did that help as understanding Isaiah a little bit more? Trying to see where we're going, try to get the picture. If you can look far ahead, and then you're like, okay, I know where we're going now. I don't know. All right, Neo the Pug. Have a good night. Hello, Blondie. Perfect. Yeah, Sandy. DJ Nick. Can't imagine what our recaps will be like. Hi, Jennifer. Hello, Jennifer. Carson. That's too funny. All right, I learned a few things. Very cool. All right, awesome. I learned a lot. Awesome. Okay, very cool. Okay. All right, very awesome. Do you do this every night? Hello, MJ Uris. No. Yes. Awesome, Jackie. Very cool. I do not do this every night. When do you meet next? I don't know yet. I don't. There's a question. Sorry. All right. Awesome. I'm glad that helped you guys because it helped me a lot too. And I'm like, I just gotta get. I gotta get a good feel for this. It was funny because I was talking to my mom at 6 in the morning yesterday, and she was asking me about Isaiah, and she's like, what have you learned so far? And I just started rattling things off, and I'm like, this, and then this, and then this, and she's like, oh, okay, oh, no. And there's so much. You can't exhaust it. And I'm like, this is just, it's tough. So anyways, if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. we are going to be talking a lot about secondary issues tonight, but the primary issue is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. There's only one way, and that is by putting your faith in Jesus. Jesus is God's son. He led a sinless life. He died on the cross for your sins. He was buried. He rose again on the third day, and the Bible says, "For whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved." That is everything. I need you to know that it's not Jesus and it is Jesus and Jesus alone, Christ and Christ alone. That is it. For by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. There are people who want to add all kinds of things to what Jesus did on the cross. They're like, yeah, if you want to be saved, you got to do that. And I'm like, well, hold on, whoa. Those other things that they add sound really good, so they get confusing, and so that's why people that's why Galatians was brought up. Like Paul wrote to the Galatian churches, and he's like, guys, you're accepting a different gospel, so you need to be mindful. Okay, so thanks, Ren. Hello, Rusty. I was talking about you earlier. Christine, good to see you. He covered his eyes and then what? Hello. All right, let's go ahead and get into, I'm reading Isaiah now in Strong Towers Live. We're in chapter 34. Very cool. Very cool. All right, so let's go ahead and get on into it. Guys, if you guys don't know, I will be posting this up to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you guys wanted to go subscribe over there, that would be awesome. That always encourages me, especially when you guys if you guys ever watch one and you guys like it, because there's not many. I don't care about getting big or anything like that, but it's always kind of fun when people do comment or like it or anything like that, because that's kind of nice, but not a big deal, not important. Anyways, let's go back to Isaiah chapter 1. We're going to get on into Isaiah chapter 1, but that is up there, and all the other studies that we've done, it's kind of interesting because with all the stuff that I've learned since we've been doing this, I'm like, man, I feel like we could go back and redo a lot of these books and really understand things in a different capacity. Like there's sometimes where you understand things, like I'm sure you guys can probably relate, but if you could, have you guys understood something before, but then somebody says something about that thing that you understood, and then you're like, oh, that's what that meant. I didn't know that. And so there's a lot of those things kind of happening, and that's kind of fun for me. I'm sure if it's happening for me, then it's probably happening for you, and that is pretty neat. But I always enjoy that, and it's just so cool. It is so neat to see how God's word verifies itself from within itself, and hopefully you guys can appreciate the word of God. Hopefully, if you guys have been here through these studies, I don't know how you can not believe this. Okay, so anyways, let's go ahead and get let's redo them. Ryan, need to follow. Yeah, thanks, Eddie. Always something new to learn in the second reading. No kidding. Love when that happens. Right. Anyone else who by the warm up? Great. Awesome, Ralph. Then it clicks. That's right. That would be cool. What's up, Amanda? Good to see you. All right. Let's go ahead and get on into it, guys. So, aha moments abound. Very cool. Let's go ahead and get into Isaiah chapter 1. We're going to be doing a lot of reading, and so hopefully you don't get bothered by that. I think understanding a little bit of a backstory is kind of important, because when you understand a little bit about who you're reading, then you'll have a better picture, and you'll understand who that character is, and you'll do well. Okay, so let's go to Isaiah chapter 1. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 1. And I also want you guys to understand something before we dive into it. I want you to understand that there are a lot of smart people in the world. And so there's a lot of people who know so much about the Bible, and you and I, we both look at them and we're just looking at them and we're like, my goodness, that person is so smart. They understand all of these things. They get this, they get that, and wow. And that's a really cool thing to do. But I don't want you to be discouraged if you ever look at somebody and you're like, I'm not like them. And like, why can't I get what they're talking about? Why do they understand it? Why do they understand this? Because it's about your heart. It's about your heart. Like, I mean, your heart. Like, you could have all the information in the world and be lost. You could have all the information in the world and be puffed up and be full of pride, or you could just love the Lord and you could just follow him and try to do what is right. And that is what I want you to understand. That's a good thing to do. That is so cool. I don't want to discount. And so I hope you never get discouraged when you hear somebody else talk and you're like, oh my goodness, they're so cool and wonderful, because they're just a sinner saved by grace too. And so it is so neat, because I've really been thinking about this, and I've been trying to like implement this thought on purpose in my life, to look at other people as, you're on the same team. You're on the same team. I'm on the same team as you. You're on the same team as me. And I'm just like, man, we got the same jerseys. We got like a secret handshake. We're doing all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, that is so cool. And so if you see somebody who is doing really well, don't get upset or don't get mad and frustrated because they have a certain thing that you don't have. Pray for them. Because remember what we talked about before in that one, I did that TikTok not too long ago. I was like, when you see somebody and you're like struggling with that person, or you're mad, or you're upset, or you're jealous, or you're angry, or you're lusting, or you're envious, or whatever it is, pray for them, because that's going to work on you. When you pray for somebody else, what are you doing? You're not thinking about yourself. You're thinking about them. You're lifting them up. And so that is what we need to be doing. And so if you're thinking about that kind of stuff towards a Christian, then man, when you pray for that person, like there's people, I've just been praying. Like I've just been like, hey, pray for that guy. I did that while I was preparing. I saw some people and I'm like, I'm going to like pray for those two people over there and whatnot. And it's just funny how it kind of works on you. And then your mind changes, and then you go about your day to day and you start looking at people differently, and you're like, man, that's a lost soul. That's probably a lost soul. Man, I got to reach out to that person. And then all of a sudden you're like, what kind of person am I all of a sudden? I am not who I once was. And that is what I want you to be as well. I want you to be changing. I want to stir you up to not fall back into the idleness of the world and just be like, I am content and I'm okay and somebody else will do it. I want you to do it. I want you to get out there. Can you imagine? I mean, you guys all know people that are lost in your world, whether it's your mom, dad, brother, sister, cousin, aunt, uncle, whatever it is, coworker. And I mean, people pass away at all times. And it's just like, man, my buddy's mom passed away. I told you guys about that. And he's like, I didn't get a chance to go in there and make sure that she was saved because she passed away before I could get there. And I didn't say anything because I didn't want to be, cruel. But I was like, man, you had 36 years. What do you mean? So it's just one of those things where okay. Anyways, let's go ahead and get back into it, to Isaiah. So we're going to be doing some reading, and so bear with me because we need to. Hopefully it'll be okay for you guys, and if not, then okay. But let's go ahead and get into Isaiah chapter 1. So in Isaiah chapter 1, this first chapter is an introduction to the entire book. It's going to give it would be good. It would behoove us to remember this chapter in a roundabout way because it kind of sets the pace. And so it's going to talk about certain things. It's going to talk about sin. It's going to be talking about coming judgment and things like that. And so if you forget where you came from, then when you get further down in the book, you're going to be like, how do we even get here? And so it's good to remember that he's going to be addressing these things right off the bat. And if you remember where you come from, then you'll remember other things in context. So let's go ahead and dive into Isaiah chapter 1, verse 1. In Isaiah chapter 1, verse 1, it says, the vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah. Now, remember before in our little warm-up, like we were talking about how Isaiah was ministering to 4 different kings during his life. He was directly impacting 4 kings, And these are those guys right here in chapter 1, verse 1. You have Uzziah, Uzziah, you have Jotham, you have Ahaz, and Hezekiah. And then it tells you who they are. It says kings of Judah. So that's interesting. Okay, so let's also, just by way of kind of remembering some things, you have Judah. And so Judah, so there's 12 tribes, right? There's 12 tribes of Israel. So you have 12 of them, but then they split up. Okay, so you have 12 tribes. 10 of them go to the northern kingdom, and the northern kingdom up here is called Israel. So 10 tribes go up here. So 10 of them are up here in the northern kingdom, and they are ran by right when this happened, the king up top, the king of the north, was a guy named Jeroboam. And then in the south, the southern kingdom, so you have the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. The southern kingdom was called Judah. So the northern kingdom was called Israel. The southern kingdom was called Judah, but all of them together was Israel. So they just divided. So, and it's really interesting thinking about that because, a house divided cannot stand, right? Like you see these kind of like connections all over the place. And so like Israel divided, and then what happened after they divided? Well, they got absolutely destroyed. The northern kingdom got wiped out by the Assyrians. The southern kingdom got wiped out by the Babylonians. It's a hot mess type of thing. But you have the the southern kingdom is called Judah. So the southern kingdom had two tribes. You had Judah and Benjamin. They were the tribe. Those two tribes were what constructed the southern kingdom, and that is what we will refer to as Judah. So in verse 1, it says, "The vision of Isaiah the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah." That's so that hopefully when you see Judah, hopefully you can remember everything we just talked about there. Okay, so the first king that we are given here in chapter 1, verse 1 is a guy named Uzziah. Uzziah. Let's go to 2 Kings real quick. 2 Kings chapter 15. 2 Kings chapter 15. Second Kings chapter 15. 2 Kings chapter 15, verse 1. In 2 Kings chapter 15, verse 1, 2 Kings chapter 15, verse 1, it says this. 2 Kings chapter 15, verse 1, it says, "In the 27th year of Jeroboam, king of Israel, Azariah, the son of Amaziah, king of Judah, became king." Now, Azariah, just so you know, Azariah is Uzziah. Just so you understand that. They have different names. It gets really confusing. You're like, who are all these players? I don't know who they are. Azariah is another name for Uzziah. Okay, so make that connection there. It'll make help your mind out a little bit. But it says, Azariah, the son of Amaziah, king of Judah, became king. 2 Kings chapter 15, verse 2 says, "He was 16 years old when he became king, and he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Jechaliah of Jerusalem. And he did what was right in the sight of the Lord, according to all that his father Amaziah had done, except that the high places were not removed. The people still sacrificed and burned incense on the high places." So that is all about Uzziah, and that is in 2 Kings chapter 15. So you can hold your place there in 2 Kings, but because we're going to be reading in 2 Kings for a little bit here. But let's go to 2 Chronicles chapter 26. 2 Chronicles chapter 26. I hope when you guys are here, I know a lot of you guys probably do, but whenever you're reading, it's always good to have a pen. And just write stuff down, because I can't like I forget half of the stuff that I read. Like all the books that we've gone through, I've forgotten like 90% of the stuff probably. So writing things down will really help you remember when you go back and revisit them, and then you get to learn a second time and you're like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. So writing things down is very beneficial. But let's go to 2 Chronicles chapter 26. In 2 Chronicles chapter 26, verse 1, it says this: "Now all the people of Judah took Uzziah, who was 16 years old, and made him king instead of his father Amaziah. He built Elath and restored it to Judah, after the king rested with his fathers. Uzziah was 16 years old when he became king, and he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Jechaliah of Jerusalem, and he did what was right in the sight of the Lord, according to all that his father Amaziah had done. He sought God in the days of Zechariah, who had understanding in the visions of God. And as long as he sought the Lord, God made him prosper. Now, that is very interesting to hear that God made him prosper. Why? Only when he followed what God told him to do. And then you could read, you can actually read a little bit more, but let's go to Uzziah started getting a little prideful, but let's go to 2 Chronicles chapter 26, verse 16. So in 2 Chronicles chapter 26, verse 16, it says, "But when he was strong, his heart was lifted up to his destruction, for he transgressed against the Lord his God by entering the temple of the Lord to burn incense on the altar of incense." And so if you were to read 2 Chronicles chapter 26, verse 6 through 15, you'll end up seeing that there's like some battles going on and he got all prideful and whatnot. And so here, Uzziah is a little prideful, and it says his heart was lifted up, and then he ends up, verse 16, it says, "For he transgressed against the Lord by entering the temple of the Lord to burn incense on the altar of incense." Now, why is that a big deal? It's because there are roles that God takes very seriously. Now, we could we could go back to the whole model in Ephesians chapter 5 and get into that whole thing. And this is no different, but here, this is a king going into the temple. And so let's keep reading. Verse 17, 2 Chronicles chapter 26, verse 17. "So Azariah the priest went in after him, and with him were 80 priests of the Lord, valiant men." I find that fascinating. There are 80 dudes in this, in the temple of the Lord. There are 80 dudes going in after this king. Now, that's crazy, right? Because that's a king. You don't mess with the king. Well, these people did. Why? Because they feared God more than they feared the king. The king was stepping across the line here, so they went in after him. And I love how they said 80 priests of the Lord, and it tells us that these priests were valiant men. I find that fascinating. Do you know who kings and priests are, by the chance? Maybe. Verse 18, it says, "And they withstood King Uzziah and said to him, 'It is not for you, Uzziah, to burn incense to the Lord, but for the priests, the sons of Aaron, who are consecrated to burn incense. Get out of the sanctuary, for you have trespassed. You shall have no honor from the Lord God.' Then Uzziah became furious, and he had a censer in his hand to burn incense. And while he was angry with the priests, leprosy broke out on his forehead before the priests in the house of the Lord, beside the incense altar. And Azariah, the chief priest, and all the priests looked at him, and there on his forehead he was leprous. So they thrust him out of that place. Indeed, he also hurried to get out because the Lord had struck him. King Uzziah was a leper until the day of his death. He dwelt in an isolated house because he was a leper, for he was cut off from the house of the Lord." Then Jotham, his son, was over the king's house, judging the people of the land. Now, the rest of the acts of Uzziah from first to last, the prophet Isaiah, the son of Amoz, wrote. So Uzziah rested with his fathers, and they buried him with his fathers in the field of burial, which belonged to the kings, for they said, "He is a leper." Then Jotham, his son, reigned in his place. So you're getting some players on the board. You're hearing names. You're seeing Uzziah. You're seeing Jotham. You're seeing Isaiah, all mentioned in 2 Kings, 2 Chronicles. These books are concurrent. They're contemporary. They're occurring at the same time. So it's very interesting because one book will refer to another book, and they're like, if you want to know more about this, see page 52. Oh, if you want, and then you remember those books like growing up. You want to go down to the left, or do you want to go to the right? If you want to go to the right, go to page 180. If you want to go to the left, go to page 17. And it's just funny to see that kind of stuff happening, because that's what they do here. They're basically like, if you want to learn more information, go check out what Isaiah said. And we'll see some more of that. But that is Uzziah. Uzziah. So that is the first king that is mentioned. Let's go back to Isaiah chapter 1. Hopefully you're still holding your place in 2 Kings, because we're going to be going back there here in a second. But in Isaiah chapter 1, it says, the vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah. Now, let's go to the next king, which was Jotham. So Jotham, let's go to 2 Kings chapter 15, verse 32. 2 Kings chapter 15, verse 32. In 2 Kings chapter 15, verse 32, it says, in the second year of Pekah, the son of Remaliah, king of Israel, Jotham, the son of Uzziah, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Jerusha, the daughter of Zadok, and he did what was right in the sight of the Lord. He did according to all that his father Uzziah had done. However, the high places were not removed. The people still sacrificed and burned incense on the high places. He built the upper gate of the house of the Lord. Now the rest of the acts of Jotham and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? In those days the Lord began to send Rezin, king of Syria, and Pekah, the son of Remaliah, against Judah. So Jotham rested with his fathers and was buried with his fathers in the city of David, his father. Then Ahaz, his son, reigned in his place. Okay, so you're getting introduced to Jotham there. I think it's funny because he's telling us to go check out the Chronicles of the Kings of Judah. That's very interesting. So that's a little bit about Jotham in 2 Kings chapter 15, but a little bit more is in 2 Chronicles chapter 27. So let's go to 2 Chronicles chapter 27. 2 Chronicles chapter 27. And in 2 Chronicles chapter 27, verse 1, it says Jotham, 2 Chronicles 27, verse 1, it says Jotham was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Jerusha, the daughter of Zadok, and he did what was right in the sight of the Lord, according to all that his father Uzziah had done, although he did not enter the temple of the Lord. But still the people acted corruptly. I find it funny how it tells us that he did not enter the temple of the Lord. He's like, I learned my lesson by watching him mess up. Verse 3, it says, he built the upper gate of the house of the Lord, and he built extensively on the wall of Ophel. Moreover, he built cities in the mountains of Judah, and in the forest he built fortresses and towers. He also fought with the king of the Ammonites and defeated them. And the people of Ammon gave him in that year 100 talents of silver, 10,000 cores of wheat, and 10,000 of barley. The people of Ammon paid this to him in the second and third year. So Jotham became mighty because he prepared his ways before the Lord his God. Now the rest of the acts of Jotham and all his wars and his ways, indeed, they are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. So Jotham rested with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David. Then Ahaz, his son, reigned in his place. Okay, so we talked about Uzziah, we talked about Jotham, and now you're seeing the next guy enter the scene, which is a guy named Ahaz. So for Ahaz, let's go to 2 Kings chapter 16. In 2 Kings chapter 16, go back to 2 Kings. In 2 Kings chapter 16, verse 1, 2 Kings chapter 16, verse 1, it says this, 2 Kings chapter 16, verse 1, it says, in the 17th year of Pekah, the son of Remaliah, Ahaz, the son of Jotham, king of Judah, began to reign. Ahaz was 21 years old when he became king, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. And he did not do what was right in the sight of the Lord his God, as his father David had done. But he walked in the way of the kings of Israel. Indeed, he made his son pass through fire, according to the abominations of the nations whom the Lord had cast out from before the children of Israel. And he sacrificed and burned incense on the high places, on the hills, under every green tree. So Ahaz here is clearly not a good dude, and we are getting introduced to him right off the bat. So the other two kings did what was right in sight of the Lord, but Ahaz was not good, and we are told that very, very quickly. So that is Ahaz. So let's go back to Isaiah chapter 1, verse 1. In Isaiah chapter 1, verse 1, it says, the vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah. We talked about him. Jotham, we talked about him. Ahaz, we just talked about him. And now we talk about the last guy, Hezekiah. So Hezekiah, let's go to 2 Kings chapter 18. Hezekiah, 2 Kings chapter 18. In 2 Kings chapter 18, verse 1, 2 Kings chapter 18, verse 1, it says this. 2 Kings chapter 18, verse 1, it says, now it came to pass in the 3rd year of Hoshea, the son of Elah, king of Israel, that Hezekiah, the son of Ahaz, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Abi, the daughter of Zechariah. And he did what was right in the sight of the Lord, according to all that his father had done. He removed the high places and broke the sacred pillars, cut down the wooden image, and broke in pieces the bronze serpent that Moses had made. For until those days, the children of Israel burned incense to it and called it Nehushtan. He trusted in the Lord God of Israel, so that after him was none like him among all the kings of Judah, nor who were before him. For he held fast to the Lord. He did not depart from following him, but kept his commandments, which the Lord had commanded him. The Lord was with him. He prospered wherever he went, and he rebelled against the king of Assyria and did not serve him. He subdued the Philistines as far as Gaza and its territory, from watchtower to fortified city. So it's very interesting when you could keep on reading all about Hezekiah and learn more if you would like, but it's fascinating to see these kings who we're being told about here, right? And so one king was good, but he messed up here and there. The next king, he was good, but he messed up here and here. But then you have the next king who is not good. Tells us right off the bat. Why? Because he didn't listen to what God told him to. And so clearly he didn't prosper. But then you get to Hezekiah, and it's just like Hezekiah listened to God. And what happened when you listened? He prospered. And so it's just so interesting to see when you look back into time and you're like, what's going on in our world? Why are we so bad right now? Why is the world falling apart? Well, it's because God told us what to do, and we're not doing it. So when we do what God tells us to do, then what happens? Then we'll do well. We'll prosper. And so that's why I believe America has been blessed for so long, is because we have been blessing Israel. I will bless those who bless you and curse those who curse you. And so that's what's so fascinating about our world right now. And we talked a little bit about it before, but when you're looking at our world and you're seeing our relationship with Israel, Israel is our greatest ally in the Middle East, maybe in the world. And what you're seeing real time right now is, like I said before, the image that you can almost see is as if we are signing divorce papers with Israel. It's as if you and I are the kids and we're watching mom and dad go into court, and like they're just like fighting, they're smiling, but there's anger and frustration behind the scenes, and we're just like watching what's happening, and they're not cooperating with one another, and they're signing the divorce papers. And we're watching this happen, and we're like, why are you doing it? Don't do it. No. And it has to happen. Why? Because all the nations are going to be coming against them. And it's just like, I mean, it's crazy to see this stuff happening in our real time. And it just makes all these other kind of questions rise. What's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? But my point here is that the kings did well when they listened to God, and they did poorly when they did not listen to God. And so, I mean, that seems like a simple concept, but are you learning from it? Am I learning from it? We need to do what is right before the Lord. That is what I like. I mean, like when you talk to people and you're like, man, that's a really tough decision. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm not like an expert in this field or an expert in any field, but I can tell you what the Bible says, and I can kind of guide you in a roundabout way, but you got to do what's right before the Lord, unto the Lord, unto the Lord. That's your number one priority. What are you doing? Whatever your first priority is, it should be unto the Lord. Why? Because Hezekiah, he rebelled against all those people, like the Assyrians, and that was a good thing to the Lord. Now, that was a bad thing to the guy that he was looking at face to face. He's like, oh, you're mad. Oh, you're big mad. But God is okay with what I'm doing right now, and that is what I'm worried about. And so that's what we need to be worried about. It's also remarkable to see that these kings were teenagers and in their young 20s. Can you imagine, like, the different world, like the responsibility? Do you see how fast they grew up? They were thrown into it. They're like, I guess I'm either gonna sink or swim. Do I at least get floaties? It's just crazy to see like how much of a different lifestyle we have, and so we're so relaxed, and we're in this world of prosperity, and we have our guard completely down, and we're completely comfortable, and we've been lulled into this false sense of security, thinking that we're unsinkable, we're untouchable, and we we are sinkable. And I believe it's going to happen. I mean, it's just crazy seeing what's happening in our world. It breaks my heart to see, but I mean, like the Bible's true regardless of whatever happens to me. Like, we are 1 centimeter, 1 millimeter, 1 nanosecond away from eternity, and then that's it. That's it. And like, whatever you're doing here, in a roundabout way, a very simplistic way of saying it, is that what you do here echoes in eternity. That's a phrase, that's a quote from Russell Crowe in Gladiator, when he was trying to hype up all of his warriors before they went into battle. Now, obviously, that kind of doctrine that he was alluding to was completely wrong, but it's got some solid implications behind it in a roundabout way. So I'm going to put you guys on pause for about 15 seconds, and then we'll get back into Isaiah. So give me like 15 seconds, please, and I will be right back after these messages. So give me like 15 seconds, please, and I will be right back after these messages. Okay, can you hear me? And nobody's mental health at its worst. Oof. Oh man, imagine Gen Z. In the deep end. I know. Throw me in without any floaties. Yeah, Peter needed floaties, Mark. Okay, cool. What's up, Coffee? Glad you're still here. 5 seconds. Oh man. Okay. Hello, Amy. Coffee Queen. Such a good name. I mean, just thinking about coffee makes me all happy. Okay, so let's go ahead and get back into it. Isaiah chapter 1. So hopefully you kind of have a little bit of an understanding as who is who, a little bit of backstory on these 4 kings. But Isaiah is essentially influencing these 4 kings in different ways. So in Isaiah chapter 1, verse 1, the vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos. Now, this is not Amos, this is Amos. Now, there's a difference there. This is not Amos the prophet. This is a different Amos. Completely different spelling in the Hebrew and whatnot. But it says, the vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah. Now, what's good to know here is that it seems that Isaiah chapter 1 through 5 are going to be under the reign of Uzziah. That's kind of a way that this seems to be alluding to, and that will make more sense when we get to chapter 5 and chapter 6, because then it talks about the death of Uzziah. So that just leads us to believe that it's, okay, here we go. So you can almost imply that if you would like to. But Judah Judah is that southern kingdom, and that's Judah also is where Jerusalem was. So Judah is the actual region, and then Jerusalem is within Judah. So that's why it's Judah and Jerusalem. So that's the southern kingdom there. So let's go to Isaiah chapter 1 verse 2. Now that we've made it one verse, we're one verse deep, and we're okay. Isaiah chapter 1 verse 2. Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth, for the Lord has spoken. I have nourished and brought up children, and they have rebelled against me. Now, here in verse 2, it's interesting that he says, Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth. Now, the vibe that this seems to be giving is that this seems to be giving that man is not listening anymore. He says, Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth. I have nourished and brought up children. This is basically like when you're like talking to somebody and you're just talking. You're just like, okay, you're giving them all the information, and they're not paying attention. They're looking at you. Their eyes are glazed over, kind of like some people in here right now. It's just interesting because it's just like, are you not paying attention to me? He's like, Hear, O heavens. He's like, who am I talking to? Who am I talking to? He's like, I guess I'll see myself out, right? Like, if you're not paying attention, like, who am I talking to? Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth, for the Lord has spoken. I have nourished and brought up children, and they have rebelled against me. So here, where he says, I have nourished and brought up children, it's interesting that he's likening himself to a father. Now, some people say that the father figure only kind of entered the scene in the New Testament, and it's just like, well, I mean, I don't know what you're saying here, because he says, I have nourished and brought up children. Who's talking here? God. What is he saying? I have nourished and brought up children. Okay, this is a father and children type of model that he's using. He says at the end of verse 2, he says, and they have rebelled against me. That is quite an indictment. That is a very serious thing. Like, that is crazy. They have rebelled against me. Can you imagine? Like, seriously, imagine God talking to you, and he's like, they've rebelled against me. I mean, that is a serious indictment. Let's go to verse 3. In Isaiah chapter 1, verse 3, it says, the ox knows its owner, and the donkey its master's crib, but Israel does not know, my people do not consider. This is very interesting. So here in verse 3, he uses he contrasts these animals, these dumb, unintelligent animals. Like, I don't want to say dumb, but they're not smart compared to humans, right? And so he's using these animals who are unintelligent animals, and he's saying that these animals get what you don't get, and you're supposed to be over them. And it's so interesting thinking about human, God gave Adam dominion over the animals, and so Adam named them, right? That's just an interesting connection. Adam named these animals, and so when you name something, like, you have dominion over it. Like, that's mine. So God named Adam, he had dominion over them, right? Like, he has dominion over them. But here he's talking about the ox, and he's talking about the donkey. And if you guys remember in 2 Corinthians chapter 6, it tells us not to be unequal, or it tells us to be equally yoked. If you guys wanted to go there, I don't know if you guys were here for that study or not, but it was the last one that we did, and that was the last one that we finished up the Pauline epistles. So in 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse... in 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 14, in 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 14, it says, do not be unequally yoked together with unbelievers. For what fellowship has righteousness with lawlessness? And what communion has light with darkness? So here, Paul uses the phrase unequally yoked. Now, if you were here for that study, we spent like 35 minutes just talking about donkeys. It was pretty fun. We were talking all about kinds of donkeys, like the donkey with the rubber chicken, just chasing around and just going crazy with it. But seriously, we went to Deuteronomy chapter 22 and Deuteronomy chapter 14 because it talks about being unequally yoked. And so what the imagery that the Bible gives us is a donkey and an ox connected to the same yoke. Like, that doesn't make any sense. You're not going to put an ox next to a donkey, because how does that make any sense at all? Scripture reference again, Deuteronomy, that's in 2 Corinthians chapter 6 verse 14, Katie. And then if you wanted to go read it, Deuteronomy chapter 22 verse 10. In Deuteronomy chapter 22 verse 10, it says, Deuteronomy chapter 22 verse 10, you shall not plow with an ox and a donkey together. And then you could go to Deuteronomy chapter 14 verse 1 through 8. Deuteronomy chapter 14 1 through 8. So anyways, going back to Isaiah chapter 1 verse 3, it says, the ox knows its owner and the donkey its master's crib, but Israel does not know, my people do not consider. So you have, it's just really quite something. These people are talking about donkeys and oxen as if that's like they all went to the same seminary school, and they're like, okay guys, what animals are we going to write about today? I know, let's just use donkeys and oxen. It's just interesting. It's not a mistake. These people they know what they're doing, and clearly there's design here. But the ox knows its owner, and the donkey its master's crib. But Israel does not know. My people do not consider. So he's comparing you and I, people like you and I, who are just completely lost, and we're the smart ones, right? We are intelligent. We look at ourselves as if we got it going on. Philosophy, the study of knowledge, or the love of knowledge. It's just like, oh man, I'm so smart because I read a book once. Let me push my glasses up here, and like, oh man, I'm so cool. But these animals are smarter, and that is what God. It's so interesting thinking about that. Like, there are times where we like to look at ourselves, and sometimes we kind of get the audacity to be like, man, God's lucky he's got me. Like, oh man, let me tell you, he is lucky he's got me. God is lucky he's got me to do this Bible study, because if I was not here to do this Bible study, then nobody would know anything about the Bible. And it's so bizarre how we think, because God could use a donkey to talk if he wanted to. I mean, it's just like remarkable. We need to flip that way of thinking and be like, I am honored and blessed to be used by God. Do you see the difference there? Like, it is complete. You need to humble yourself and be like, I am blessed enough to be able to be used by God. I mean, he could make these stones cry out. Do we forget how powerful he is? Like remember who you are and remember who he is. And when you do, then you'll humble yourself automatically, because you're like, I understand you don't need me. He doesn't need me. Man, but he still loves me, and I don't understand that. Isaiah chapter 1 verse 4 says, alas, sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a brood of evildoers, children who are corrupters. They have forsaken the Lord. They have provoked to anger the Holy One of Israel. They have turned away backward. Now here in verse 4, it's interesting. It says they. Now, when you think about that, it's never him leaving us. It's always us leaving him. Now, we know that. I mean, the whole story of the prodigal son. What happened there? The son was like, hey, Dad, can I have my inheritance? And he's like, here you go. He's like, thanks, Dad. I'm going to go away now and do some terrible things. And then the father stayed there the entire time. Father never left. He was here. He's like, this is my house. What are you talking about? Like, I'm not going anywhere. He's like, you're leaving me. And so then the son came back, and the father was there, and he ran to him with wide open arms. It's just interesting. But in verse 4, it says, they have turned away backward. Now, when you think about the turning away backward, it has the idea of them walking away. They are walking away from him. They have forsaken the Lord. They have provoked to anger the Holy One of Israel. Ooh, they have turned away backward. And so in verse 4, where in the middle of verse 4, it says children who are corrupters. Now, when we get to Isaiah chapter 3, we'll talk about children. We've been to Isaiah 3 a handful of times before, so might not be new for some of you guys, but Isaiah chapter 3, Like when people aren't doing what they should be doing, then children are going to become the rulers, and that's essentially what we got going on in our world right now. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 5, moving forward. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 5. Why should you be stricken again? You will revolt more and more. The whole head is sick, and the whole heart faints, from the sole of the foot even to the head. There is no soundness in it, but wounds and bruises and putrefying sores. They have not been closed or bound up or soothed with ointment. So here in verse 5, where it says, why should you be stricken again? Now, these people, they were already suffering and they were already declining. So the point is like, what's going to happen here? Like, I mean, you guys are already going through it. Why should you be stricken again? You're already suffering a lot. But then in verse 6, where it says, from the sole of the foot even to the head, there is no soundness in it, but wounds and bruises and putrefying sores. They have not been closed or bound up or soothed with ointment. The idea is that they turn to God, but some people choose the hard way. In the way of wounds and bruises, they like some people just need to learn by walking into the wall a million times before they're like, you know what, this isn't working for me. This is not working for me. In verse 7, moving on, it says, your country is desolate. Your cities are burned with fire. Strangers devour your land in your presence, and it is desolate, as overthrown by strangers. So here, this is essentially God's diagnosis, and his diagnosis is total destruction. Because in verse 7, he says, your country is desolate. Your cities are burned with fire. Now, in verse 7, where it says your cities are burned with fire, this is kind of what verse 6 is alluding to, because this is like the cities are burned with fire. And in verse 6, it's talking about wounds and bruises. So the wounds and bruises are verse 7, your country is desolate, your cities are burned with fire. That's the metaphor here. He says, strangers devour your land in your presence, and it is desolate, as overthrown by strangers. Verse 8, it says, so the daughter of Zion is left as a booth in a vineyard, as a hut in a garden of cucumbers, as a besieged city. Now, this is interesting, number one, because I don't like cucumbers. And number two, like why do people put cucumbers on their eyes, like when they're going to the spa thing? Like, what does that do? Does that, like, there's got to be a reason. I should probably look that up. I'm just like, you look ridiculous. Anyways, in verse 8 it says, so the daughter of Zion is left as a booth in a vineyard, as a hut in a garden of cucumbers, as a besieged city. So the idea here, hydration, the vitamins, the puffs, seems to correlate to Revelation again. All over the place, Lisa. All over the place. Yeah. I didn't know that. The hydration, the vitamins you absorb. It's not the okay. Squirrel. So in verse 8, where it talks about a booth in a vineyard, and then it talks about a hut in a garden of cucumbers, and then it talks about a besieged city. The idea here that he's trying to get you to understand is that these people are isolated and alone. Because think about it, when you're isolated and alone, that's like a booth in a vineyard. Like have you ever seen a vineyard? Like, it's just an open field and there's just a whole bunch of just grapes. And then when you think about a hut in a garden of cucumbers, same concept. When you think about a besieged city, there's nobody there. You're just by yourself. You're on an island. So that's essentially what he's trying to get here. So he says in verse 8, he says, so the daughter of Zion is left as a booth in a vineyard, as a hut in a garden of cucumbers, as a besieged city. Verse 9, unless the Lord of hosts had left to us a very small remnant, we would have become like Sodom. We would have been made like Gomorrah. So here, Sodom and Gomorrah, like we understand, obviously, Sodom and Gomorrah was completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. Just gone. She gone. So they were completely and permanently destroyed. But here, God allowed a remnant to remain. It's so interesting. There is always going to be a remnant. It's always going to be a remnant. And that is a testimony to many other places in the Bible, right? Like, we understand that broad is the way that leads to destruction and narrow is the gate that leads to life, and few there are that find it. I mean, like, when you look, I think we're really going to be surprised. I said this before, but like, I think we're going to be surprised on the people who are in heaven, and I think we're going to be surprised about the people who are not, who we thought were. And so it's interesting. There's a remnant. It's a remnant. It's a remnant. It's a remnant. He is either Lord of all, or he is not Lord at all. And so where is he? Is he number 2 on your list? Is he number 3 on your list? He should be number 1 on a list of 1. Number 1 on a list of 1. There should only be 1 on that list. You should be following his precepts, doing what is right unto the Lord. And when you do that, then the rest of your life is going to fall together. It's not going to fall apart. It's going to fall together. And even if things start falling apart, he is still true. And like, you got to hold on to his promises. And that is what we need to do. Trisha, number 1. Awesome. Cheaper than creams. Just put a coconut. Not a coconut. What's he doing with the coconut on his eyes? I don't know. Okay, I shouldn't. Okay. Okay, so that's what's going on in verse 9. Let's go ahead and go to verse 10. In verse 10, it says, "Hear the word of the Lord, you rulers of Sodom. Give ear to the law of our God, you people of Gomorrah." So this is very, very serious stuff. He says, "Hear the word of the Lord, you rulers of Sodom." Now, when he says Sodom, he's calling Jerusalem Sodom. That's crazy. Can you imagine coming up to you, like, and being like, I don't know what state you live in, be like, "Here, you rulers of, Mississippi, you rulers of California, you rulers of New York, you rulers of Pennsylvania, you rulers of Virginia." That's essentially what he's saying. He's like, "Here, you rulers of Sodom." But he's calling them Sodom, but he's talking to Jerusalem. He says, "You rulers of Jerusalem," but he's calling them Sodom. That's a slap in the face. "Hear the word of the Lord, you rulers of Sodom. Give ear to the law of our God, you people of Gomorrah." He's talking to Jerusalem and Judah. Give ear to the law of our God. Now, he's using this so he says, "You rulers of Sodom," and this is a roundabout way to how John talks in Revelation. Go to Revelation real quick. Revelation chapter 11. Revelation chapter 11. In Revelation chapter 11, verse 8, he uses Sodom metaphorically, like it's a spiritual kind of term. He does it again. Revelation chapter 11, verse 8. John does it here. He says, "And their dead bodies will lie in the street in the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified." So now Sodom and Egypt there is referring to Jerusalem. But it's interesting that he uses Sodom and he's referring to it spiritually, trying to get people to understand, make the connection here. He's talking in languages, in a language that they would understand. And so, I mean, you would understand if I came up to you and I'm like, "What's up, Sodom?" Like, you wouldn't know what I'm talking about. You would understand it. And so that's what he's doing here in Isaiah chapter 1, verse 10. All right, so in chapter 1, verse 10, he says, Isaiah chapter 1, verse 10, he says, "Hear the word of the Lord, you rulers of Sodom. Give ear to the law of our God, you people of Gomorrah. To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices to me, says the Lord? I have had enough of burnt offerings and rams and the fat of the fed cattle. I do not delight in the blood of bulls or of lambs or goats." So here he's getting to the idea of false worship. They are worshiping, but it is meaningless. Why is it meaningless? It's meaningless because their heart wasn't in it. This is talking about people who are living religion outwardly. This is people who go through the motions, and people who are just like, oh, I went to church today, and it's like, oh, I said hallelujah, and like all these things, right? Like that's the type of people that he's talking to here. He's like, these people here are doing what is outwardly accepted by culture. Like they go to church, they do these things, and they're like, look at how cool I am. But God is saying, I don't know what the crap you're doing. Like, you guys can, like, I'm sick of this stuff. You guys, he's like, I have had enough of burnt offerings, of rams, and the fat of fed cattle. I do not delight in the blood of bulls or of lambs or goats. He's had enough. God is rejecting the formalism because their hearts were not where they belong. And we need to understand that. Like, you could go to church your entire life. And that's why I told you before, if you go up to a Christian who you believe is a Christian and you ask them, hey, do you know how to know for sure you can go to heaven? If they get defensive over that, that is a huge red flag, because they should be pumped. Thank you so much for asking about my soul. You are worried for my soul. But you know how we respond when somebody comes up to you and asks that? They're like, how dare you? You think, okay, I am the director of the thing that needs directing here in the church, right? Like, that's how people think. They think that they're somebody. They think that they're important. Hey, thanks, Nehemiah. I'm okay. Thank you for that. I don't know. You gotta change your name, man. I don't know. Nihuma. But it's just interesting how we think we're kind of somebody. And so these people were living religiously, right? They were living religiously. And God's like, I've had enough of that. So, everything we're reading here, they were religious, right? They were religious, no doubt about it. They were doing religious things. So, with that, let's go to Psalm 51. Psalm chapter 51. So in Psalm chapter 51, verse 17, Psalm chapter 51, verse 17, this is something. Psalm chapter 51 is remarkable. Psalm chapter 51, verse 1 starts out by saying, have mercy upon me, O God, according to your loving kindness, according to the multitude of your tender mercies. Blot out my transgressions, wash me thoroughly from my iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is always before me. Against you, you only have I sinned, and done this evil in your sight, that you may be found just when you speak, and blameless when you judge. Behold, I was brought forth in iniquity, and in sin my mother conceived me. Behold, you desire truth in the inward parts, and in the hidden part you will make me to know wisdom. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Make me hear joy and gladness, that the bones you have broken may rejoice. Hide your face from my sins, and blot out all my iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a steadfast spirit within me. Do not cast me away from your presence, and do not take your Holy Spirit from me. Restore to me the joy of your salvation, and uphold me by your generous spirit. Then I will teach transgressors your ways, and sinners shall be converted to you. Deliver me from the guilt of bloodshed, O God, the God of my salvation, and my tongue shall sing aloud of your righteousness. O Lord, open my lips, and my mouth shall show forth your praise. For you do not desire sacrifice, or else I would give it. You do not delight in burnt offering. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart. These, O God, you will not despise. That's the verse that I wanted to get to, but the entire chapter is remarkable. Verse 18, do good in your good pleasure to Zion, build the walls of Jerusalem. Then you shall be pleased with the sacrifices of righteousness, with burnt offering and the whole burnt offering. Then you shall offer bulls on your altar. My point here is is in Psalm chapter 51, verse 17, says, the sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart. These, oh God, you will not despise. So you see what is really the fact of the matter is, right? The heart of the matter is always a matter of the heart. We've talked about that. I've said that a million times already. The heart of the matter is always a matter of the heart. It's the heart, the heart, the heart. So when you go back to Isaiah chapter 1, in verse 10, 11, and 12, you're seeing this very religious type of lifestyle, and God's just not having it. He's in verse 10, he says, hear the word of the Lord, you rulers of Sodom. Give ear to the law of our God, you people of Gomorrah. To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices to me, says the Lord? I have had enough of burnt offerings and rams and the fat of the fed cattle. I do not delight in the blood of bulls or of lambs or goats. Verse 12, when you come to appear before me, who has required this from your hand to trample my courts? Bring no more futile sacrifices. Incense is an abomination to me. The new moons, the Sabbaths, and the calling of assemblies, I cannot endure iniquity and the sacred meeting. It's interesting because here in verse 13, even their sacred services were filled with iniquity. That's what verse 13 is getting at. Verse 14, he says, your new moons and your appointed feasts, my soul hates. Ooh, man. They are a trouble to me. I am weary of bearing them. So, God, it's just great. So he's talking to them, and he's talking to them like a father and a child kind of relationship, right? Like he's like, I've raised you, I picked you up, I burped you, I put you back down, I changed your dirty diaper, and you guys are rebelling against me. And he's like, I am getting weary of bearing this. Now, why is this interesting? It's interesting because they are full of idolatry. They are full of sin. There's all kinds of stuff going on within their world. They're completely broken, and they're not turning back to God. And so Isaiah is calling them out. He's like, do you guys not understand how bad it is right now? Because God is this close to just completely being done. And it is like, obviously he's not going to be done because there's always going to be a remnant, but it's just interesting to see this. Why? Because there's so much here. Like God will, if you want to go play in the mud puddle, God's going to let you do it. If you want to go do whatever you want to do, God's going to let you do it. He's not going to force you. Like it'd be like the same thing if you're a man and you just like, can you imagine trying to force somebody to love you? You can't do it. Like, love me. No, it doesn't work that way. Why? We have free will. You love who you love because that's just your choice, right? It's a free will of free. You love who you love. I mean, how do you explain it? And so it's interesting because you can't, no matter how much you try, force somebody to love you and want to choose you. And so God's like, what do I got to do here? And so you see this long-suffering attribute of God. And it's just amazing how he doesn't just wipe us all out. When we stop for a second and we humble ourselves and we think about who we are and we think about who he is and we think about how terrible and how fallen we have become, and how, and you forget the idea that you are pretty good, and you throw that idea out the window, and you recognize yourself, your position, and you recognize his position. It is amazing that we are not all just completely abandoned. I mean, it's remarkable, that he chose to do what he did for us. I mean, when you really think about it. And here he's saying, they are a trouble to me. I am weary of bearing them. He is so long-suffering. It is unreal. Verse 15, he says, when you spread out your hands, I will hide my eyes from you. Even though you make many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. So in verse 15, where it says, when you spread out your hands, he's talking about prayer. They were like holding up their hands. They were doing all these religious stuff. They had sacrifices. They had new moons, the Sabbaths. They were doing all things, but it wasn't their heart wasn't there. And so they're now he's talking about them praying, lifting up their hands. He says, I will hide my eyes from you. Even though you make many prayers, I will not hear. Now, this opens up a can of worms on all kinds of different levels, because you're like, well, wait a second. Now, God doesn't hear? Oh, he can't do something? No, he obviously knows. It's just he's trying to get the idea across. He's like, I'm not going to listen to you. It's like kind of like when your son or daughter comes up and they're like 2 years old and they're like, Mom, mommy, mommy, and you're just like, I hear you, but like I don't hear, like that kind of idea. But let's go to Isaiah chapter 59. Isaiah chapter 59. Isaiah chapter 59. So in Isaiah chapter 59, you have Isaiah chapter 59, verse 1. In Isaiah chapter 59, verse 1, it says, Behold, the Lord's hand is not shortened, that it cannot save, nor his ear heavy, that it cannot hear, but your iniquities have separated you from your God, and your sins have hidden his face from you, so that he will not hear. Oh, so that is Isaiah chapter 59, verse 1, and that is very thought-provoking. But before we talk about that, let's go to Psalm 66. Psalm 66, verse 18. Psalm 66, verse 18. In Psalm 66, verse 18, the psalmist says, If I regard iniquity in my heart, the Lord will not hear. If I regard iniquity in my heart, the Lord will not hear. So, I mean, it's really interesting. We worship, hey, thanks, Mom, to me. We worship an all-loving God, right? And we think about these characteristics of God, and he's all loving, he's kind, he's merciful, he's gracious, all of these things. But we tend to focus more on that than the other side. We need to also remember the other side. Just how a good father is, a son or a daughter, when they're young, will run up to their father and just embrace them and love. Like when they come home, just wrap their arms around them, grab on their feet, and force them to they're basically hold on to their feet, and their dad walks around with the kid on their feet. But then right when the son or daughter does something and the father does this, it's like their eyes and ears just snap to, and they immediately know what's going on. And they know that they are on thin ice. And so it's interesting that we forget that side of God. And we focus on the lovey-dovey, like little genie in a bottle type God, the Santa Claus, right? And so when you remember who he is, we choose to remember certain things, and then we remove the other side. But when you think about the other side, it's just like, well, wait a second, he's very serious. He doesn't play around. And so we forget about that because we talk about how loving he is. And that's very important, don't get me wrong, but it's also important to remember the other side. Because when you remember that he's loving, that's awesome. But when you remember how serious he looks at sin, then you should start cleaning up your life. Because if you know to do something and you don't do it, then to you it is sin. And if you know that it's sin and you're allowing it here, if I regard iniquity in my heart, he's not going to hear. And it's just like, holy crap. What does that mean? How deep does that go? I mean, it's just like, my goodness. And that's why it's good to remember 1 John 1:9. If we, oh my goodness, it always happens. I always mix up these same verses. It's always the same verses. Oh, if we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sin and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. That's 1 John 1:9. That is the Christian's bar of soap. Hey, thanks, Monami. And so it's so interesting to remember that. Guys, when you mess up, it's going to happen. You're never going to not stop sinning until you get home, right? Like, that's not going to happen until we get home. But if we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. There's a difference between messing up and asking God for help, being like, help me get out of this. And then there's a difference between that kind of mindset where your heart is truly trying to strive for purity compared to the other side of the fence where people are like, you know what? I know that sin is here and I'm not changing. I'm not budging. I'm not moving. I'm allowing that trash bag to sit right next to me and I'm carrying it around with me everywhere I go. And I know it stinks. It's like right when I walk into the room, it's just like, oh, ooh, woo. And then, you know what? I'm going to bring it around all my friends too, so that they can get a whiff of it. You know what? Yeah, it stinks. Get used to it. What do you want from me? I'm not changing. I'm not changing. And that is the mindset that we have, because it goes back to pride, and the pride goes back to submission. It is, where is your heart? Are you submitting to the Lord? People don't want to bow the knee. We'll do it when it's convenient for us, but right when it requires something of us, it's just like, well, wait a second. I don't want to give that up. I don't want to do that. Why? Well, whoa. I mean, I'm all about, receiving the good stuff, but when it comes to me giving something back, oh. And so, man, I'm telling you what, guys, like, it is a very serious thing. We need to remember who we're talking to here. So let's go ahead and get back into it. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 15. He says, when you spread out your hands, I will hide my eyes from you. Even though you make many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean. Put away the evil of your doings from before my eyes. Cease to do evil. Verse 16 is an invitation to reconciliation. Reconciliation is getting back in harmony with somebody. So if you do me wrong and you come back and you apologize, forgive, right? Like, you ask for forgiveness. We're back on the same page. I'm like, high five. Let's get back to doing what we were doing before you messed up. That's the same that's what he wants from us. This is an invitation to getting back in harmony with God. He says, wash yourselves, make yourself clean. Put away the evil from your doings from before my eyes. Cease to do evil. Verse 17, learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke the oppressor, defend the fatherless, or orphans, whatever you want to say, the orphans or the fatherless, the people who didn't have anybody stand up for them, and plead for the widow. Now, it's interesting thinking about the widow, because that goes back to one of 1st or 2nd Timothy. I think 2nd Timothy, talk about widows, anyways, you have these 5 things that he mentions here in verse 17. He says, learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke the oppressor, defend the fatherless, plead for the widow. Now, what's interesting here in verse 17 is that this is the opposite of what they were doing. They weren't doing this. They were not learning to do good. They were not seeking justice. They were not rebuking the oppressor. They were not defending the fatherless. They were not pleading for the widow. This is the opposite of what they were doing. And it's also interesting here that Isaiah does not mention any type of sacrifices here. He doesn't say, hey, get back to doing the sacrifice. Do this sacrifice. Do this. And then after you do that, do this sacrifice. No, he doesn't say that. It's not about the sacrifice. It is about your heart. He says, learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke the oppressor, defend the fatherless, plead for the widow. Very interesting. So then, moving on to verse 18, we get to this very, very amazing verse. In Isaiah chapter 1, verse 18, it says, come now and let us reason together, says the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they are red like crimson, they shall be as wool. Now, we've been to this passage before a handful of times. But thank you, Monami. What's interesting here in verse 18 is the very first part, the first 6 or 7 words. It says, come now and let us reason together, says the Lord. Do you see how God is trying to reach out to these people? He said, does like, I mean, do you see like the extending an olive branch type of mentality that he has towards people like us? He says, come now, let us reason together. He's like, let us reason together. Can you imagine? Like, like, I can't wrap my mind around how and why he's trying to reach out for us. Like, we are sinful, like disgusting. He had to remove himself from us because of how much, like, the sin aspect, right? He's like, hey, you guys messed up. You guys got to get out. This whole thing is all a hot mess now. And he's like, now I gotta do something about it. But he, like, sin is so serious, and he says, come now, let us reason together, says the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they are red like crimson, they shall be as wool. Now, what is really neat about this is because of the word here, where it says, though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they are red like crimson. Now, the word crimson here is really interesting in the Hebrew. The word crimson here is tola. Now, this is fascinating for all kinds of reasons. The word tola here is something that should kind of spark an idea because we talked about it. But in case you missed it last time, we'll talk about it again. We've talked about it a handful of times, but it is so stinking neat. Every single time you think about it, it's just like remarkable thinking about it. But just so you guys understand, the Hebrew word tola can mean a couple different things. In this context, the word tola is referring to crimson. But the word tola can mean scarlet, it can mean crimson, but it also can mean a worm. And so if you go to Psalm 22, if you guys want to go to Psalm 22 real fast, Psalm 22, we'll talk about this because it's so cool. In Psalm chapter 22, verse 6, Psalm chapter 22, verse 6, this is talking about Jesus and all the sufferings that he went through in Psalm chapter 22. In Psalm 22, verse 1, in Psalm chapter 22, verse 1, it says, my God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you so far from helping me and from the words of my groaning? Oh my God, I cry in the daytime, but you do not hear, and in the night season and am not silent. But you are holy, enthroned in the praises of Israel. Our fathers trusted in you. They trusted and you delivered them. They cried to you and were delivered. They trusted in you and were not ashamed. Verse 6, but I am a worm and no man, a reproach of men and despised by the people. So in Psalm 22, verse 6, where it says, but I am a worm, this word is tola. Just like how in Isaiah chapter 1, verse 18, where it says, though they are red like crimson. So they're the same word. One word, they're both tola in Hebrew, but they have different meanings for it. So tola can mean scarlet, it can mean crimson, and it can mean a worm. Now the tola worm in Psalm 22, verse 6, is talking about a worm that goes and it attaches itself to a piece of wood, and then it will never leave that piece of wood. It will die on that tree. So it will die on that tree, but when it dies, it's pregnant. It has babies. It has its children within it. After it dies, the babies eat the body of the mother, and then the babies are free. They go free. But the body of the mother stains the wood crimson. So when you look at this piece of wood, the tree where this worm attaches itself to, it is a crimson spot on that tree. And so what's really fascinating about it is that 3 days after the wood gets stained crimson, it flakes off of the tree and it flakes off white as snow. And that happens 3 days after the fact. And so the entire picture of Psalm 22, verse 6 is it's just like a slap in the face of the crucifixion. Like, how do you not see this? And so this is centuries before crucifixion was even invented, and that's in Psalm chapter 22, verse 6. And so when you go to Isaiah chapter 1, verse 18, the tola word, the Hebrew Tola word, is used there in Psalm chapter 1, verse 18, because it says, "Come now and let us reason together, says the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they are red like crimson," Tola, "they shall be as wool." And that whole thing is just remarkable. I mean, it is unbelievable, the details. I mean, it's just like, I mean, this is so neat. This is so neat. It's just bananas. Okay, verse 19. Let's move on. Hey, thank you, Monami. In verse 19, it says, "If you are willing and obedient, you shall eat the good of the land. But if you refuse and rebel, you shall be devoured by the sword, for the mouth of the Lord has spoken." So in verse 19, it starts off by saying "if," and then in verse 20, it starts off by saying "but." So if you are willing and obedient, you shall eat the good of the land. But if you refuse and rebel, you shall be devoured by the sword. It's not rocket science. Like, this is just very simple. Like, it's a very simple concept. Like it's very clear. It's a black and white choice. Like what's the problem here? But so that's verse 19 and verse 20. And so the rest of the chapter is about a warning to them. And it's interesting. So before we get too critical of these people and how messed up they are and focus on all their failures, we need to remember our own failures. It's always good to remember that, especially since you and I have been given so much more light. Like, these people, like, can you imagine? Like, they had some light. But if you want to get a little bit critical, then we need to be critical of ourselves, because we have so much more light than what they had. We have the option to look back into time, see what they did, see how they thought, see what they acted on, see what they didn't act on, see where they messed up, see what they fell into, see all these things. And we need to learn from that. And it's funny how we get it's so easy for us to be like, I can't believe these guys they're such idiots. Like that's just how we think. But what about you? What about me? And so when you think about ourselves, it's just like, what we have so much more light than what they had. So let's remember that before we throw them under the bus. Verse 21. In verse 21, it says, "How the faithful city has become a harlot." Now, obviously, this is spiritually speaking. The actual city, Jerusalem, is not an actual whore. It's not an actual harlot. It's just spiritually metaphor. It says, "How the faithful city has become a harlot. It was full of justice, righteousness lodged in it, but now murderers. Your silver has become dross, your wine mixed with water. Your princes are rebellious and companions of thieves. Everyone loves bribes and follows after rewards. They do not defend the fatherless, nor does the cause of the widow come before them." So here in verse 23, it says, "Your princes are rebellious." Now, the princes are the rulers of the land. They're the people who are calling the shots. So they're the ones, they're the rulers of the land. And they received bribes, and because of that, there was a breakdown of the judicial system during their time. And so that's where this whole, at the end, it says, "They do not defend the fatherless, nor does the cause of the widow come before them." So this was implying of the courts. And because all the rulers and the princes, they received all these bribes, it was a completely broken system. And so I can't really think who that reminds me of. America. Very interesting. Verse 24. Okay, so in verse 24, it says, "Therefore, the Lord says, the Lord of hosts, the mighty one of Israel, I will rid myself of my adversaries and take vengeance on my enemies." So here, verse 24 is really interesting. There are 3 titles. I don't know, maybe you can leave it up to you. I'll leave it up to you. But in verse 24, it says, "Therefore, the Lord says, the Lord of hosts, the mighty one of Israel." What, like, why is that? Why is that right there? Why is that? Why three titles? But he says, I will rid myself of my adversaries and take vengeance on my enemies. Now, this is very tragic that the people of God has become his enemy. That's just heartbreaking. Verse 25, it says, I will turn my hand against you and thoroughly purge away your dross and take away all your alloy. I will restore your judges at the first and your counselors as at the beginning. Afterward, you shall be called the city of righteousness, the faithful city. So here in verse 25 and 26, they are currently referred to as a harlot. It's all bad. But he's saying that she will be faithful again. So you're seeing the bad side, but then you get the good side. Like the bad side is, hey, you're a hot mess. The good side is it's going to get better, but it's going to get worse before it gets better. So in verse 25, at the end of verse 25, where it says, and take away all your alloy, that's tin. It's just tin. Nothing amazing there. But in 26 it says, I will restore your judges as at the first. So the judges as at the first. So the judges, it's funny that people say, oh, judge not lest you be judged. And so it's funny because it's like, well, wait a second. The Bible has a whole book dedicated to judges. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just saying. Let's go to Matthew chapter 19. Matthew chapter 19. In Matthew chapter 19, referring to in Isaiah chapter 1, verse 26, it says, I will restore your judges as at the first. So in Matthew chapter 19, verse 28, or verse 27, Matthew 19, verse 27, it says, then Peter answered and said to him, see, we have left all and followed you. Therefore, what shall we have? So Jesus said to them, assuredly I say to you, that in the regeneration, when the Son of Man sits on the throne of his glory, you who have followed me will also sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. Now, this is interesting because when you go back to Isaiah chapter 1, verse 26, it says, I will restore your judges as at the first. These judges are going to be restored in the future kingdom, the millennial kingdom. The millennial kingdom is such an underlying theme throughout Scripture that is completely slept on, that many people are completely lost in the South when it comes down to it. But we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to chapter 2. So let's go ahead and go to Revelation again, Lisa. Yeah, all over the place. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 26, I will restore your judges as at the first and your counselors as at the beginning. Afterward, you shall be called the city of righteousness, the faithful city. Verse 27, Zion shall be redeemed with justice and her penitents with righteousness. So Zion is just a name for Jerusalem. So you could say Jerusalem shall be redeemed with justice and her penitents. That word penitence, you could just say the repentant ones, and her repentant ones with righteousness. Verse 28, it says, the destruction of transgressors and of sinners shall be together, and those who forsake the Lord shall be consumed. Now here, your Bible should have, I forgot to mention this, but your Bible in that verse, in verse 28, should have the word Lord in all capital letters. So when you see the word Lord in all capital letters, it's different than Lord, like capital L-O-R-D. So when you see all capital letters, it is different than just capital L and then lowercase O-R-D. So all capital letters, Lord, is referring to Jehovah. It's referring to the Jehovah. It means the self-existent one. It's referring to Jesus. And so that's what's interesting when you go all the way back to, Exodus, like with Moses, the burning bush. Like, who was that? Who was in the burning bush? Who was that? That's Yahweh. That is Jehovah. That is Jesus. Very cool. He says, and those who forsake the Lord, the self-existing one, shall be consumed. Verse 29, for they shall be ashamed of the terebinth trees which you have desired, and you shall be embarrassed because of the gardens which you have chosen. For you shall be as the terebinth whose leaf fades, and as a garden that has no water. So here, in verse 29, where it's talk about the terebinth trees, what in the world? Can you guys hear me? Yep. Okay. Cool. Interesting. I don't know what just happened right there. That was weird. Hello, Ken, the Property Queen, and Ellie. Hello, 1920. Hello, guys. Michelle. Hello. Mark Hollerback. Jules. Mon ami, Lisa. Ren. Leah. Okay. Thanks for being here, guys. Okay. Let's go ahead and go to what I was talking about in Isaiah chapter 1, verse 29. In Isaiah chapter 1, verse 29, where it talks about, for they shall be, like, thanks, Monami. It says, for they shall be ashamed of the terebinth trees. So different religions at this time worshipped under trees and planted gardens, and this was basically done as a form of worship. So when it's mentioning this terebinth trees and when it's mentioning these gardens, that's what it's alluding to. But in verse 31, it says, the strong shall be as tinder, and the work of it as a spark. Both will burn together, and no one shall quench them. So in verse 31, where it says the strong shall be as tinder, the word tinder in Hebrew has the idea of cast off. So they are cast off. So God's will wipe out, or God will wipe them out. God will wipe out their iniquity, is what this is alluding to in verse 31. It says, the strong shall be as tinder, and the work of it as a spark. Both will burn together, and no one shall quench them. He's going to wipe them out. It's all bad. Don't want any part of it. So that is Isaiah chapter 1. And, yeah, that's Isaiah chapter 1. Now, we can go ahead and get into Isaiah chapter 2. Let me just go ahead and... I gotta get out and do some jumping jacks. Go do some wind sprints. Okay, so Isaiah chapter 2. Getting on into it. If you guys are new here, before we dive in, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We are going through each book, verse by verse, chapter by chapter, trying to get a better understanding, trying to just learn. We're learning together, and I appreciate you guys learning with me, because I am learning a ton. Yeah, toe is tinder toe. Just means cast off, like flax, F-L-A-X. But anyways, there's some. We're talking a lot about some secondary issues here. The primary issue is salvation. Salvation is the most important thing, and that is what I want you to understand more than anything. It's okay if you disagree with me on some of these other stuff, but what I want you to understand more than anything else is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. There's only one way, and that is by believing that Jesus is God's son, by understanding that you're a sinner and that you need a savior. And so when you understand that and you believe that Jesus died on the cross for your sins and that he was buried, rose again on the third day, the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. You need to, like, it's so crazy. You know, John 3:16 is fascinating. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. That is everything. I need you to understand that. Everything else can be secondary, but that is important. And that is the only thing that you need to know forward and backward. You also need to be on guard about people who will add things to that. There are people, thank you, Monami, there are people who will add like works and add baptism to that type of stuff, and or to what Jesus did on the cross. And that's why Galatians is so important to study, because that's why Paul refers to those types of things as a different gospel. And this is what is so interesting about the Word of God, is that you can get in here and manipulate and change and take away from what Jesus did and add things that you can do to what your salvation, and because, hey, look at what I'm doing, and this means that I'm saved because I'm doing all these things. And then all of a sudden you're basing your salvation upon your own efforts, And it's just not that. Well, first base is Christ and Christ alone. Putting your faith in him and his redemptive work that he did on the cross. That is it. Then everything else, second base, third base, home plate, that's secondary stuff. But to be saved, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. For by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. So, that is what I want you to understand more than anything else. That is, if you take away anything, that is the one thing that I want you to hear more than anything. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. I would love to talk to you. My message, you don't even have to follow me here on TikTok. My messages are open to anybody and everybody. I also upload these videos to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you wanted to go subscribe over there, that would be cool, just in case they get rid of TikTok altogether. Yeah, anyways, all the other studies that we've done so far are up there. Let's get back to it. Isaiah chapter 2. Isaiah chapter 2. Moving on. Just a little bit of a recap, though. You have the northern kingdom, which is Israel. You have the southern kingdom, which is called Judah. The northern kingdom is basically the kingdom of Samaria. Samaria was its capital, and it was conquered by the Assyrians. And that had 10 tribes, and that is what was called as Israel. Now, the southern kingdom, we can just refer to as the kingdom of Judah. That was ran by King Rehoboam. The northern kingdom was ran by Jeroboam. And I always remember that, just maybe this will help you out, because the northern kingdom is J, the lower kingdom is R. So I just think of Junior, JR, Jeroboam, and Rehoboam. That's how I remember those guys, because I'm like, well, which one is it? How can I remember this? I just remember Jeroboam is on the north, and then right below him is Rehoboam, and they both sound the same. So that is Rehoboam, and the southern kingdom was conquered by the Babylonians, and that's, we talked a lot about that when we went through Daniel, because Daniel was conquered by Babylon, and he was a little child when he got brought into the Babylonian captivity. But the southern kingdom had 2 tribes, and that is the southern kingdom is referred to as Judah. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into Isaiah chapter 2. In Isaiah chapter, did that help you? Very cool, Michelle. Awesome. Hey, all right. So in Isaiah chapter 2. So chapter 2 is going to be talking about the judgment on God's chosen, and it's basically going to be a message for Judah and Jerusalem. So we're going to get into some interesting conversations here. And oh man, it is just going to be like one of those things where it's like, okay. So in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 1, it says, the word that Isaiah the son of Amos saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. Now, I would like for you to underline the word saw in verse 1. Chapter 2, verse 1. Saw. He saw this. Now, this is important because Isaiah, Isaiah is seeing this. The word that Isaiah the son of Amos saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. So, in Isaiah chapter 1, verse 1, it says the vision of Isaiah. The vision. So this is like he's seeing these things. So now, don't lose sight of that. So in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 1, it says the word that Isaiah the son of Amos saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. Now this is important because we'll get to it here in a second. Let's go to chapter 2, verse 2. Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2. In Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2, it says, now it shall come to pass in the latter days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established on the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow to it. Okay. So now this is a really interesting verse. Let's go to Micah. Let's go to Micah chapter 4. Go to Micah chapter 4, verse 1. Micah chapter 4, verse 1. So in Micah chapter 4, verse 1, Micah chapter 4, verse 1, it says, "Now it shall come to pass in the latter days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established on the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and peoples shall flow to it. Many nations shall come and say, Come, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob. He will teach us his ways, and we shall walk in his paths. For out of Zion the law shall go forth, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. He shall judge between many peoples and rebuke strong nations afar off. They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more." So what we just read is in Micah. Now let's go back to Isaiah chapter 2. So in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2, it is almost exactly what we just read in Micah. So Micah chapter 4, verse 1 through 3 is very, very similar to Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2 and 3 and 4. Very, very similar. Now this is interesting because most serious scholars believe that Micah and Isaiah are quoting from a third source. So Isaiah says that he saw in chapter 2, verse 1, and so did Micah. So these people saw, these prophets, Isaiah and Micah, they saw the same thing, but they both wrote it down. So that's really fascinating. It's really interesting to consider that they both quote down the same thing, but they're not quoting one another. It's just interesting. So anyways, going back to Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2. In Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2, it says, "Now it shall come to pass in the latter days." Now, the latter days here is interesting because there's different phrases in the Bible, and they mean different things depending on the context. So if you go into the New Testament and you see something that's referring to the last days, now the last days in the New Testament is typically referring to from right when the church began, right? So if you read Acts chapter 2, you'll see that Peter quotes, Joel, and he quotes out, he's like, "I will pour out my spirit in the last days." So those last days are talking about right when the church was born. So the last days began right at Pentecost, and that starts in Acts chapter 2. So those are the last days. But here in Isaiah, in the Old Testament, it says, "Now it shall come to pass in the latter days." Now, this is different than the last days that is mentioned in Acts chapter 2, because here it is talking about during the millennial kingdom. So there's different things here. It says, "Now it shall come to pass in the latter days," which is referring to the millennial kingdom. So it could say, now it shall come to pass during the millennial kingdom, that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established. Now, why do we know that it's referring to the millennial kingdom? We know that it's referring to the millennial kingdom because when is God going to set up his throne? When is he going to do that? He's going to do that not in the last days. He's going to do that in the millennial kingdom. So there's a difference there. The last days, it's kind of splitting hairs a little bit, and I don't mean to get in the weeds, but it's interesting to really see, the last days, it could be alluding to just the church age. But here, the latter days seems to be very specifically referring to the millennial kingdom. And I don't mean to, not a big deal. But, details. So that is something to be mindful of. But it's interesting here, in verse 2, Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2, he says, "Now it shall come to pass in the latter days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established on top of the mountains." So here in verse 2, so Isaiah goes from their dark history that we just got done reading in chapter 1. He goes from their dark history, then he seems to jump ahead into the kingdom age. So in chapter 1, it was like a whole bunch of oh man, you guys are a hot mess. And now in chapter 2, it's like he's springing ahead to like the kingdom age. And so that's interesting to think about the kingdom age, because there's different, and people hate this word. I don't understand it. They hate the word dispensation. Like, people are like, oh, you're a dispensationalist. I'm like, well, I mean, it seems to be very clear to me that there are different rules in different times. And so there is going to be a kingdom age. Is that right now? No, it's not right now. So does that mean it's a different dispensation? Yes. What does dispensation mean? It means house law. Like, if I go into your house and we're playing Monopoly, you can make whatever rules you want. But if you're coming to my house, we're playing by these rules. It's a different rule. It's a different house law. That's the idea of dispensationalism. So it's a different house law. So anyways, so he goes from their dark history and he jumps ahead to the kingdom age. And in the kingdom age, that is when Jesus will establish the messianic or the millennial kingdom, whatever you want to refer to it. They're synonymous. You could say it's the messianic kingdom, or you could say it's the millennial kingdom. Regardless, it's going to be the fulfillment of 2 Samuel chapter 7, which is where the Davidic covenant was given, which is laying down that covenant that is not going away. And that is all talking about, or that's all documented in 2 Samuel chapter 7. But traditionally, it's believed that on top of Mount Zion is where Jesus will be, will set up his throne. So on Mount Zion, so where is Mount Zion? Mount Zion is a literal hill, and it is in Jerusalem, and it is located just outside the walls of the old city. Now, that's interesting, because you can go over there and you could go to Mount Zion and you can look at it and be like, right there? And I'll be like, yeah, that's it right there. Look it up. It's right there. You can see pictures of it. So that's what this is talking about here. So in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2, it says, now it shall come to pass in the latter days, during the millennial kingdom, that the mountain of the Lord's house, all capital letters, mind you, Lord, Jehovah, Jesus, right? You remember Luke chapter 1, like he will sit on the throne of David. Like, that hasn't happened yet. When is that going to happen? In the millennial kingdom. I digress. It says that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established on the top of the mountains. So now, mountains here are something that you guys probably are somewhat familiar with. But what do mountains mean? Mountains are idiomatic for kingdoms. It's idiomatic for authority. It's idiomatic for rule. And we have different examples of that if you want to look up some. Go to Daniel. Go to Daniel chapter 2. This is like an easy one. In Daniel chapter 2, verse 45. In Daniel chapter 2, verse 45. In Daniel 2:45, it says, inasmuch as you saw that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, and that it broke in pieces the iron, the bronze, the clay, the silver, and the gold, the great God has made known to the king what will come to pass after this. This dream is certain, and its interpretation is sure. Now, that's one place where the mountain, it's talking about God's government. It's talking about his kingdom. Now, that is in Daniel chapter 2, but another one is in Revelation chapter 17. And if you are here for our study of Revelation, you know that Revelation 17 might be the most difficult chapter in Revelation to really explain to somebody, because of the word. Like, it is, I was not, like, I mean, like, I kind of understood it, but it's hard to really put into words how to explain it to somebody else. So anyways, Revelation chapter 17. In Revelation chapter 17, where is it? Revelation chapter 17, verse 9. In Revelation chapter 17, verse 9, it says, here is the mind which has wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sits. There are also 7 kings. 5 have fallen. 1 is, and the other has not yet come. And when he comes, he must continue a short time. The beast that was and is not is himself also the 8th, and is of the 7, and is going to perdition. Now, take that to your Bible study and ask them what that means and just watch their jaws hit the floor, because that's just like one, if you haven't been preparing or haven't been studying beforehand, then it's going to be like I'll get back to you on that one. It's just such a in-depth kind of like study to really wrap your mind around it. Anyways, my point, going back to Isaiah chapter 2 verse 2, is to get you to think about the mountains, because mountains, like I said, it's idiomatic of authority, of kingdoms, of ruling. So with that in mind, let's read Isaiah chapter 2 verse 2 again. In Isaiah chapter 2 verse 2, it says, "Now it shall come to pass in the latter days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established on the top of the mountains." You see what I'm like? It's the kingdom established on top of the kingdoms. Like, it's just like he's like, all these kingdoms that you're looking at, it's just like, what? "And shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow to it." That is neat. Now, let's go to verse 3, Isaiah chapter 2 verse 3. In Isaiah chapter 2 verse 3, it says, "Many people shall come and say, 'Come, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob. He will teach us his ways, and we shall walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem." Now, it's so interesting to think about, like, just like zooming back right now and looking at our world right now. Right now, if you look at our world, Israel is being told what to do by us, like America. Like, we are tying Israel's hands behind their back, and we're like, yeah, go ahead. Now you can do whatever you want to, but we're gonna cuff you. We're gonna put your hands behind your back and then go into battle. Go ahead. Good luck. We're not supporting them. We're not allowing them to do this type of stuff. And so what you're seeing in our world right now is that the outside world is currently governing Israel, right? Like, Israel is a very small player on the board, but they are a very prominent player on the board. And so it's interesting because Israel wants to do all these things and defend itself, and we're like, no, don't do it. Take the win. Take the win. My name's Joe Biden. And so it's interesting to see how it is currently in our day right now. But in the millennial kingdom, Jerusalem is going to be calling the shots. It's fascinating because right now it's the opposite. Right now it's everybody against Israel, but that's not how it's going to be during the millennial kingdom. In verse 3, it says, "Many people shall come and say, 'Come, let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob.'" Now, here where it's talking about the house of the God of Jacob, if you read the last 9 chapters in Ezekiel, it will essentially give you the floor plan for the temple that will be built when Jesus sets up his kingdom. You can read all about that. That's going on in Ezekiel, the last handful of chapters in Ezekiel. You can get the floor plan. It tells you all about it. That's the house of the God of Jacob. The house of the God of Jacob. And then let's continue on in verse 3. In verse 3, in verse 3 it says, let's start again. In verse 3 it says, "Many people shall come and say, 'Come, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob.'" So this is going to be a worldwide perspective. They're all going to want to go. And he says, "He will teach us his ways, and we shall walk in his paths." Now, that's remarkable. Can you imagine being one of these people and like just saying, "Let's go to God and he's going to teach us"? Like, what? Can you imagine being taught by Jesus? Like, what? This is during the millennial kingdom. He says, "And we shall walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem." Wow. That's crazy. Verse 4, it says, "He shall judge between the nations and rebuke many people. They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore." So this is obviously paralleling what we read in Micah chapter 4. And it is interesting that it says in verse 4, it says, "He shall judge between the nations and rebuke many people." Now, And then in continuing, it says, they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Now, that's fascinating because when this book was written, swords and their spears, that was their top technology that they had. That was the top of the line. That was cutting edge. Like, no, like, pun intended, I suppose, because it's a sword and it cuts. But it's interesting to see that their technology, their warfare technology was and is going to be basically adapted into a peaceful environment. No matter what they have, no matter what we have right now, to them it was swords and spears. You remember, like the chariots and like the horses, like that was the powerhouse. Like if you had those, you were something to be feared. That was the top of the line, cutting edge kind of stuff. So our warfare technology will be adapted into a peaceful environment. We are going to turn everything that we have into the warmongering stuff, and we're going to be using it into agriculture, essentially. And that is quite something to think about, especially when you think about all the trillions and trillions of dollars that we put into, all this kind of stuff. Oh my goodness. But in verse 4, he says, he shall judge between the nations and rebuke many people. They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. O house of Jacob, come and let us walk in the light of the Lord. So now we are going to get to verse 6. And verse 6, it says, for you have forsaken your people, the house of Jacob, because they are filled with eastern ways. Why did God forsake them? Why did God forsake his people? Because they are filled with eastern ways. So verse 6 through 8 is going to be another case of man worshiping the creature rather than the creator. So keep that in mind as we read. It says, for you have forsaken your people, the house of Jacob, because they are filled with eastern ways. They are soothsayers like the Philistines, and they are pleased with the children of foreigners. Their land is also full of silver and gold, and there is no end to their treasures. Their land is also full of horses, and there is no end to their chariots. Their land is also full of idols. They worship the work of their own hands, that which their own fingers have made. Do you see that they are worshiping the creature rather than the creator? And it's so fascinating because that is very, obviously should make you think of Romans chapter 1. If you guys want to go to Romans chapter 1 real quick, we can read about what Paul says about this type of stuff. So go to Romans chapter 1. In Romans chapter 1, verse 18. In Romans chapter 1, verse 18, it says, for the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who suppress the truth in unrighteousness. Because what may be known of God is manifest in them, for God has shown it to them. For since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes are clearly seen, being misunderstood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. Because, although they knew God, they did not glorify him as God, nor were thankful, but became futile in their thoughts, and their foolish hearts were darkened. Professing to be wise, they became fools, and changed the glory of an incorruptible God into an image made like corruptible man, and birds and four-footed animals and creeping things. Therefore, God also gave them up to uncleanness in lusts of their hearts to dishonor their bodies among themselves, who exchanged the truth of God for the lie, and worshipped and served the creature rather than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. So God as the creator, as if you guys have been here, then you guys probably already know this, but God as the creator is such a serious thing to God. God takes him being the creator very seriously. It is unreal. Like, it's no joke. And if you guys remember, this is, kind of is, it should, hope maybe it'll make you think of, go to Revelation chapter 14. Go to Revelation chapter 14. Because in Revelation chapter 14, like, this is during the tribulation. During the tribulation, it's going to be a hot mess down here. Like, there's going to be 3.5 years, 42 months, 1,260 days, whatever you want to say. There's going to be 3.5 years of a false peace, where the world, the people here on earth, are like, oh, we kind of got it going on. Like, it's kind of okay right now. It's a lie. It's a trick. It's a deception. It's not real. It's temporary. And so here in Revelation chapter 14, what we're reading here in Revelation chapter 14, you see this angel, because in Revelation chapter 14, verse 6, it says, then I saw another angel flying in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach to those who dwell on the earth, to every nation, tribe, tongue, and people. This angel, it's so great. Guys, this angel is preaching to the world. That's remarkable. It says in verse 6, then I saw another angel flying in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach to those who dwell on the earth, to every nation, tribe, tongue, and people. Here we go. That's crazy. Like, people say that the Lord can't return until the whole world hears the gospel. Well, this is your verse for that, as a way to kind of, say, well, what about this? Because they're all going to hear it. They're all going to have no excuse. By the end of the day, nobody's going to have an excuse. Verse 7, it says, saying with a loud voice, fear God and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment has come, and worship him. It says who worship him. It doesn't say who died on the cross. It doesn't say who, it doesn't give him Paul's gospel. He doesn't say, go read 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4. It says, and worship him who made heaven and earth, the sea and springs of the water. He brings it back to the ABCs, the fundamentals. He's like, you cannot deny that there is a creator of this creation. And that's what he's bringing it back to. And so when you go back to Isaiah chapter 2, verse 6 through 8, these people have completely lost their way, and they are worshiping the creation rather than the creator. So going back to Isaiah chapter 2, verse 6, it says, for you have forsaken your people, the house of Jacob, because they are filled with the eastern ways. They are soothsayers. Now, soothsayers are just like fortune tellers, like, people doing magician crap. Like, it's mystical stuff. Like you want to get involved with all these people reading tarot cards and crystal balls and all this kind of stuff. It's wrong. Get out of there. I know there's people in here who probably do that kind of stuff. If you do, or if you follow anybody who does that type of stuff, fortune telling, run away, block them. It's not right. They might be nice people. They might sound and say some good things that are in the Bible, but it's wrong. It's not biblical. It is anti-God, and it's not anything about it. Now, can they tell you things that are probably right? Yes, they can. And that's why it's important to know the Bible, because in Acts chapter, 19 or something like that, you have this woman who had the spirit of divination who was following Paul around saying, these are servants of the Most High God. And Paul, greatly annoyed, turned around and cast out that demon out. Why did he cast the demon out? Why wouldn't he want her to follow him around and be like, yep, she's right. Keep on doing it. Keep on doing it. Keep on doing it. Tell everybody who I am, who I'm a servant of. Why did Paul just not allow her to follow him around? She was telling him she was saying the truth, just saying the right thing. But that's where it gets so dicey, because if you mix some truth in with some lie, then all of a sudden, now the water's getting muddy and cloudy, and I can't see. It's not very clear anymore. It's like, well, which way is right? Which way is up and down? I don't know. And so he's like greatly annoyed. He cast that demon out. You got to be on guard on this type of stuff. Anyways, we don't need to. Anyways, so in going back to Isaiah chapter 2, it says, they are soothsayers like the Philistines, and they are pleased with the children of foreigners. So as they essentially, what this is saying is that they rejected God and looked to the world for solutions. And where it says they are pleased with the children of foreigners, it's basically is they cut deals with foreigners. That's the idea that's going on here. But it's amazing what people will accept in our world. Like people will reject the Bible. It's like, okay, they'll reject the Bible. That's fine. Whatever. If that's what you want to do. But it's amazing that they'll reject the Bible. But what's even more amazing is what they will end up accepting. They will reject Jesus. They will reject God. They will reject that there is a God altogether. And then it's mind-blowing what they end up accepting. It's like, you're going to accept that, but you're not going to accept this. I just can't get my mind around that type of stuff. It's like, it's really quite something. So in verse 7, Isaiah chapter 2, verse 7, it says, their land is also full of silver and gold, and there is no end to their treasures. So here it says there's no end to their treasures. Now, this is referring to prosperity. And so, this goes back to like the synoptic gospels. But the idea here is where your treasure is, that's where your heart is. And there's nothing wrong with having gold and silver. There's nothing wrong if you own gold and silver. But if it owns you, then that's a different story. There are people who are like, like all about the money, and it's like, I got to keep on making more and more and more, and it's ruling them rather than you ruling it. And that's why it's so interesting, because you can see it very clearly. My buddy made the statement. He went to work and he was doing something, and he walks outside and he sees this really nice Maserati. And he's like, man, whose Maserati is that? And he asked the guy that he was there at his training with, and he's like, whose Maserati is that? And the guy, he was like, oh, that's the pastor of a church down the road. And my buddy Drew, he was like, a pastor drives that? And the guy, who he doesn't know, he's like, I never met this guy before. The guy, now Drew, my buddy, I've told you guys about him before, he's a Christian. But the guy that Drew was talking to, he doesn't know if he was a Christian. He doesn't know him at all. The guy who responded was like, yeah, I know, right? Can you believe he drives a Maserati? And so my buddy was telling me, Drew was telling me about this, and he's like, it was just interesting. He's like, imagine, like, that guy might have been lost. And it's interesting that his knee-jerk reaction was that a pastor was driving a Maserati. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with having money or anything like that, but there is a lot to be said about pastors living a frugal type of life. And so coming from that person, assuming that guy was lost, assuming the person that my buddy was talking to was lost, he automatically saw it, and he was like, yeah, that's weird. And so if that is how it comes to across to these two random people who don't even know this pastor, and the first thing that they both came to the conclusion was, that's weird, you're driving that, there's something there. There's pride. There's like, hey, look at me, look at me, look at me. And there's nothing wrong with having money, but there's a sense of flaunt. There's a sense of flaunting it all around, which obviously is pride down at the root of it. And, look at how successful I am. And that is burning bridges for the gospel. And that is why it's important to understand how you come across to other people. And, there's nothing wrong with having money. But where your treasure is, there your heart is also. But, all right, let's go back to verse 7. In Isaiah chapter 2, verse 7, it says, their land is also full of silver and gold, and there is no end to their treasures, their prosperity. Their land is also full of horses, and there is no end to their chariots. Their land is also full of idols. They worship the work of their own hands, that which their own fingers have made. Okay, so in verse 9, it says, people bow down and each man humbles himself. Therefore, do not forgive them. Now, what's this talking about? People bow down and each man humbles himself. So he says, therefore, do not forgive them. Now, the reason that people were bowing down, and it says, and each man humbles himself, they were bowing down to the wrong thing. They weren't bowing down to God. They were bowing down to the thing rather than to God. And so that's why he says, therefore, do not forgive them. But in verse 9 through 12, or let's read verse 10. Let's continue reading. Let's read verse 10. In verse 10 it says, enter into the rock and hide in the dust from the terror of the Lord and the glory of his majesty. The lofty looks of man shall be humbled, the haughtiness of men shall be bowed down, and the Lord alone shall be exalted in that day. For the day of the Lord of hosts shall come upon everything proud and lofty, upon everything lifted up, and it shall be brought low. So, okay, So we got a whole bunch of stuff here, and it's really interesting to try to really unpack this and try to understand the order of operations and try to figure out the order of events and how this. Thank you, Richard, for that, Rose. But in verse 9 through 12, it seems that this happens after the rapture. After the rapture. So the day of the Lord starts after the rapture. And so it's interesting that that verse 10 says terror and glory. It's interesting because in verse 10 it says, enter into the rock and hide in the dust from the terror of the Lord and the glory of his majesty. Now, so the day of the Lord. So we've talked about the day of the Lord and the day of Christ before. The day of the Lord is something completely different than the day of Christ. And I told you guys a way to remember the differences is when you think of Jesus Christ, think of good. That is all good, right? That's what your mind goes to. Very, very good. So the day of Christ is good. That's joyful. That is like when we go home, that's the day of Christ, right? Like that is amazing. Let's go. That is not the day of the Lord. The day of the Lord is something completely different. The day of the Lord is not good. That is emblematic of judgment. And so here in verse 12, it says, for the day of the Lord of hosts shall come upon everything proud and lofty, upon everything lifted up, and it shall be brought low. These things, now obviously we know that God hates pride. That's in Proverbs chapter 6. That's the first thing in Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16. There are 7 things that God hates. The first thing is a proud look. We know God hates pride, and that's why I completely highlight, underscore, emphasize, humble yourself, remove the pride from your life. Like, remember who you are. Like, you're not that, like you're all that in a bag of chips. No, you're not. Like, we are all a hot mess, and we need to remember our spot, and we need to know his place. Thank you, Joanne. But the day of the Lord is what happens after the rapture. So here's the way I see it, and I just need to you need to understand that there's other different viewpoints on this. This is some deep stuff. It's difficult. There's different perspectives on it. So I'll give you my take, and you can take it or leave it, whatever. But I believe that the order of operations is that the next event prophetically will probably be the rapture. The rapture is going to happen before the tribulation. So the rapture will occur. There's people who disagree with me on that. I'm a pre-trib. I have all kinds of reasons, and all the other people have their reasons for their beliefs and whatnot. But anyways, I believe the rapture will happen next. And when the church is removed from the earth, then that will be the day of Christ. That's the day of Christ. That is when we are there. That's boom, we're up there. Day of Christ, boom, happens then. While we're up there, the day of the Lord begins down here. Now, what's the day of the Lord? The day of the Lord happens after the church is removed, and it continues all the way until the end of the millennial kingdom. And that's kind of a weird thing to kind of wrap your mind around, because wait a second, the day of the Lord is judgment, right? Now, what is the millennial kingdom? The millennial kingdom is where righteousness is enforced. Because the millennial kingdom is so above, like we got like a little glimpse through a little keyhole on this type of stuff. But the way it is like, so the order of events, the rapture, and then the 7-year tribulation. After the 7-year tribulation, you have the second coming, which is when the Battle of Armageddon happens. And then after the Battle of Armageddon, you have the sheep and the goat judgments, and then that goes into the millennial kingdom. The millennial kingdom is a 1,000-year reign. So the church, the bride, you and I, if you're born again, will be completely different than the little human beings on earth. You and I will be sovereigns of sorts. We will be in a different category than the people on earth who get saved during the tribulation. It's remarkable. It's really quite something. And so when we come back with the Lord, those sheep and goats, the people who walk into the millennial kingdom, are going to be able to populate the earth. They're going to be, it's going to be like the Garden of Eden. Like, it's going to be how it was before the fall. Like, Satan's going to be locked up in the bottomless pit, or the abyss, for 1,000 years. And so we're going to be ruling and reigning with him. But who are we going to be ruling? We are going to be ruling the humans who walked into the millennial kingdom. So we'll be all the way up here, oh, look at how cool we are. And they will be little humans down here. We'll be ruling them. And so it's really interesting to think about this. But the day of the Lord is still in effect. And so that's what's so interesting about Isaiah chapter 2, verse 10. Because in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 10, it says, enter into the rock and hide in the dust from the terror of the Lord and the glory of his majesty. Now, I find it very provocative that the word terror and glory are used here. Because why? Because terror, like when we think about the Lord, like we forget to tremble. Right? Like it needs to be that like loving father type of relationship. But when you mess up, that loving father is going to snap his fingers, and you know that he means business. That if you do it again, something bad's going to happen. Right? Like you're going to get whooped. Like that's how I was raised. Like that's the idea there. But it also says the glory of his majesty. So you have during the millennial kingdom, these people are going to be able to go up to you and I, and they're going to be able to go up to him. And they're going to see him. They're going to be taught by the Lord. That's all the people of the earth. They're going to come up to him. They're going to be there sitting at his feet, learning about him and talking to him and asking him questions, all while Satan is locked up. And then they're going to go away. And then they're going to come back, and they're going to go away, go back, go away, go back. They're going to populate the earth. That's going to happen for 1,000 years. And then at the end of the 1,000 years, Satan's going to be released. And he's going to be able to go and he's going to deceive all the people on the earth. And then the people who Satan tricked and was able to manipulate, he turns them against God. And it just says, God's just like, nope, done. Fire comes down, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. It's done. The end for sin. Right then. So the day of the Lord begins after the rapture. And it goes all the way up to the end of the millennial kingdom. So the day of the Lord is about judgment. Do you see? Do you understand? Like it's so tough to really like break this down and like say this is and this and this and this, because you're pulling from all over the place these ideas, and like it's hard to really break them all down. But that's the overall view. That's the overall general idea of the entire thing. And it's really, really quite something. So when you go back to Isaiah chapter 2, and it says, enter into the rock, in verse 10, enter into the rock and hide in the dust from the terror of the Lord and the glory of his majesty. That's interesting. So it goes down in verse 11. It says, the lofty looks of man shall be humbled. The haughtiness of men shall be bowed down, and the Lord alone shall be exalted in that day. For the day of the Lord of hosts shall come upon everything proud and lofty, and everything lifted up shall be brought low. It shall be humbled. Now, what's interesting about this is that these people here on the earth during this time. Now, so follow me here. We're just all over the place. Oh my goodness. So you have stretching. So you have the rapture. So you have the rapture happen. Let's say the rapture happens right now. Boom. Let's just say, just for round number sake, let's say 100 million people vanish. They're gone. Where'd they go? 100 million people are gone. This is what's so interesting about that. So after the rapture, I want you to imagine all the houses, all the cars, all the wealth that the Christians had, right? Like, I'm not saying Christians are wealthy or anything like that. I'm just saying Christians are going to leave stuff behind. They're going to have houses that are completely vacant. They're going to have cars that are just sitting there. They're going to have all of this money just laying around, right? And this is what the church is going to leave behind. And so what's interesting about that idea is that the Antichrist, and I'm just spitballing here, like this is not like, this is just an idea, so just, see how it feels. But the Antichrist could use our materialistic things that you and I, if you're a Christian, that you and I leave behind, and he could use those things to boost his fake, temporary program of peace and economic prosperity. He could be able to be like, hey guys, go take all their stuff, and now everybody has homes to live in, and now everybody has cars, and you got 3 cars. Like there's a whole family there. There's a whole neighborhood that nobody lives in anymore. There's all this stuff over here. Go ahead and use that stuff. And this temporary world, this temporary prosperity could cause those people to become very haughty, to become very prideful, to become very proud and lofty. So they could be all kinds of lifted up and nose stuck up in the air. And so that's like, so those 3.5 years, the first 3.5 years is called the tribulation. The second 3.5 years is called the great tribulation. So we know there's going to be a false peace. There's going to be a false, when they say peace and security or peace and safety, right? There's going to be a false peace. He's going to trick people into this temporary illusion, right? He's tricking them. It's not real. It's counterfeit. And everybody's going to buy into it. And everybody's going to be like, oh my goodness, he solved the world. He solved the problems. Look at all these things. And I'm just like thinking about that. I'm like, that's really interesting to think about, that he could use the crap that we leave behind into kind of an economic prosperity kind of world. He solved all the problems. There's now free energy for everybody. There's this whole Tesla idea where Tesla made this whole, not Elon, but Tesla. He created free energy, and we have the technology, and they're just withholding it. And so there's this idea where, people are, like the Antichrist, whenever he's revealed, which is going to be happen after the rapture, that he could bring out that technology and be like, you guys have been paying all these money, all this taxes, all these things. You know what? Forget that. Here is free energy. There's all kinds of videos and stuff like that where people keep getting unalived because of all the technology that they do bring out into the world. And so people are like, well, good luck, man. Like, you're going to, and like, it's really fascinating. Anyways, I don't get to mean to go down those rabbit holes, but there's a lot of stuff going on, and it's just very provoking to think about how this guy is going to be fooling everybody and tricking everybody and making it seem like everything is fine and everything is dandy and it's all sunshine and butterflies, but it's going to be a lie to those people. And that's what's so interesting about Daniel chapter 9, because there's 490 years that need to be fulfilled. 483 of those years have already been fulfilled, so we're just waiting on 7 more years to be fulfilled. When does that happen? That's what Daniel 9:27 is talking about. So that is what is so interesting to think about this type of stuff. We like it's just it's just an idea. I don't know, but it's just thinking that these people on earth are going to be very, they're, people don't have anything, and now all of a sudden they have a whole bunch of stuff and they don't need anything else. And so it says in verse 12, it says, for the day of the Lord of hosts shall come upon everything proud and lofty, upon everything lifted up, and it shall be brought low. Verse 13, it says, upon all the cedars of Lebanon that are high and lifted up, and upon all the oaks of Bashan, upon all the high mountains, and upon all the hills that are lifted up. So in verse 13, where it says upon all the cedars of Lebanon that are high and lifted up, these trees that he's talking about here are metaphors for greatness. Like, people are going to have great things, and he's going to humble those things real quick. Verse 14, it says, upon all the high mountains, and upon all the hills that are all lifted up, upon every high tower, and upon every fortified wall, upon all the ships of Tarshish, and upon all the beautiful sloops. But in verse 16, it says, upon all the ships of Tarshish. Now, these ships are very interesting. These ships were ocean-going vessels that were equipped to go out on cruises for 2 to 3 years. So these ships were going all over the place. And during this time, this was the best kind of, this was the furthest commercial reach in those days. And so this is, these ships of Tarshish is an idiom for the commercial, the best technology that they had for commercial vessels at their time. But in verse 17, so he's talking about all the greatness, all the tall stuff, all the best things in the world. He's talking about all the things that are proud and lifted up and all those things. He says in verse 17, the loftiness of a man shall be bowed down, and the haughtiness of men shall be brought low. The Lord alone will be exalted in that day, but the idols he shall utterly abolish. Okay, so here we get to verse 19. So here in verse 19, it says, they shall go into the holes of the rocks and into the caves of the earth from the terror of the Lord and the glory of his majesty when he arises to shake the earth mightily. So in verse 19, in other words, when these judgments start, the kings are going to hide in caves. That's essentially what verse 19 is talking about. So they're going to hide in caves, and this should, my goodness, this should remind us of what we read about in Revelation and other places as well. But it also should remind us, let's go to Joshua. Joshua chapter 10. Joshua chapter 10. If you guys go to Joshua chapter 10, you are going to see you're going to see some parallels here with Revelation. I mean, you guys have probably already picked up on some of them that we didn't talk about on your own, but let's talk about some of these that we are going to see here in Isaiah now. But in Joshua chapter 10, verse 16, Joshua chapter 10, verse 16, in Joshua chapter 10, verse 16, it says, but these 5 kings had fled and hidden themselves in a cave at Makkedah. So these kings, these 5 kings, had fled and they're hiding in a cave. Now that's rather interesting. So that's in Joshua chapter 10, verse 16. But let's go to Revelation chapter 6. Let's go to Revelation chapter 6. Since we are speaking of hiding in caves, Revelation chapter 6. Hey, thank you, Punisher, for the flower. In Revelation chapter 6, verse 15. Revelation chapter 6, verse 15. This is after the seals are broken, at least the 6. In Revelation chapter 6, verse 15, Revelation chapter 6, verse 15, it says, and the kings of the earth, the great men, the rich men, the commanders, the mighty men, every slave and every free man, thank you, Jules, hid themselves in the caves and in the rocks of the mountains, and said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us and hide on us from the face of him who sits on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb. For the great day of his wrath has come, and who is able to stand? Now, this is interesting because it talks about the great men, the valiant men, the mighty men, all of those people. So in Joshua chapter 10, you have the kings hiding in the caves, right? And in Revelation chapter 6, you have the mighty men, all of those great men of valor hiding in caves. And it's interesting when you look at it in our world today, because what's going on? What's going on over in Israel, right? In Israel, they're going into Gaza. What do they find over there? They find these networks of these tunnels with over 700 tunnels going on, and they just found out that 50 to 70 of them actually are connected to Egypt. And so now it looks like Egypt is being complicit with Hamas. And so my point here is that the tunnels, it's underground. And then when you copy and paste that idea with the elites of the world, what are the elites of the world? What are the Zuckerbergs going on right now? What are they doing? They are building these bunkers in deep down into the ground, and it's referred to, the military has these DUMBs, 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 deep underground military bases. That's it's nothing new. This has always been. My point is that there are tunnelings going on into the world, something that you and I have no idea because we're normal people and we're like, hey, I like the sunshine. I'm not going to go I don't even like going down underground. It's cold down there and it's wet. And I'm like, it's like, there's some things that but my point is, when you think about Isaiah chapter 2, verse 19, it says, they shall go into the holes of the rocks and into the caves of the earth from the terror of the Lord and the glory of his majesty when he arises to shake the earth mightily. Can you imagine what it's like when God gets angry? It is gonna be bananas. But when you're talking about the whole parallels between Joshua and Revelation is remarkable. And so when I say that, when you compare Joshua to Revelation, we talked about this when we went through the book of Revelation, so it's up on YouTube if you would like it. There's a link up here. it's really interesting when you think about it, because there's so many parallels within Joshua that are paralleling Revelation. For example, you have sevens all over the place, like seven. Like, remember Joshua walking around Jericho? They marched around Jericho. How many times? 7 times, right? And then on the seventh day, they walked around it 7 times, and then they were quiet. They marched around it, and it was quiet. They were quiet for those times, and then they shouted with a loud voice. Why were they quiet? How is that paralleling Revelation? Because in Revelation, right at the halfway point, there's silence in heaven for 30 minutes. And that's how we know there's no women in heaven, because it was quiet for 30 minutes. No, I'm totally kidding. But my point here is that you see silence in Joshua, and you see silence in heaven right at the halfway point. And it's just like, what's going on? That's parallel. And so then also, what happened? What did Joshua do before they walked around Jericho? They sent in 2 spies. What did the 2 spies do? It's fascinating thinking about that. The 2 spies were in there in Jericho to gather information, yes, but more than that, they went there to win Rahab. That is crazy. Now, it might not seem like that big of a deal, but it is a vital piece of the puzzle. Those 2 witnesses went there to save Rahab. Why is that important? Because Rahab is in the Messianic line. She is a key player in the Messianic line. Why? Because Rahab had Boaz, and so on and so forth. My point here is, it's so interesting when you go all the way back, and then you look back forward, you go forward, backward, all of those things, and you see the way it played out, and it's just like, it is so beautiful to see how it all just transpired. And we're just like looking back, and we're like, okay, this is, yeah, probably a coincidence, like probably another coincidence, probably another coincidence, probably another coincidence. No, this is divinely, like, it's unreal. Like, you can't, that's why it's interesting about prayer, because when you pray, what you're doing is you're enlisting yourself into what God is already doing. That's what he's going to do. It's already going to happen. He knows the end from the beginning. But when you're praying, you're like, put me in, coach. What can I do? Use me. I mean, he could use a donkey. I mean, do you not understand? Like, do you want to be on the team or not? Like, that's the idea here. He's like, he's like, if I told these guys to stop, he's like, even the rocks would cry out. These very stones would cry out. He's like, he doesn't need you to praise him. He's going to be fine. You need to think about that for a second. You are not all that, and neither am I. Neither is anybody else. Neither is the people that you think are all that. No. He is all that. Anyways, it is interesting to think about everything with Joshua and Revelation. And it parallels. You have it. Isaiah chapter 2, verse 19, it says, they shall go into the holes of the rocks and in the caves of the earth from the terror of the Lord and the glory of his majesty when he arises to shake the earth mightily. Verse 20, it says, in that day a man will cast away his idols of silver and his idols of gold, which they made, each for himself to worship, to the moles and bats. That is too funny. They are underground, and they are throwing their crap away to the moles and to the bats. Why is it moles and bats? Because that's where moles and bats go. They go in caves. Like, very clear there. That's hilarious. Verse 21, it says, to go into the clefts of the rocks and into the crags of the rugged rocks from the terror of the Lord and the glory of his majesty when he arises to shake the earth mightily. Wow. So, we talked about, like, I told you guys, I think it's really amazing imagery when we get to see words like that. Here in verse 21, it says, when he arises to shake the earth mightily. Why do I think that's interesting? Because he's arising. It's almost like I don't know, maybe it doesn't do it for you guys, but like, I love, like in Daniel 12, it tells us that Michael, that great prince, stands up. And I'm just like, let's freaking go, Michael. High five, dude. Like, that is so cool. I don't know why. I just, like, it's go time. It's like the equivalent of like somebody like rolling up their sleeves. He's like, you want to do this right now? And so that is what is so neat. He says, to go into the clefts of the rocks, verse 21, and into the crags of the rugged rocks from the terror of the Lord and the glory of his majesty. We need to remember who we're dealing with. And we need to remember who we are dealing with. I can't say it enough. Like, you need to humble yourself. And it's not like you're not doing him a favor. You're doing yourself a favor by humbling yourself. Like you're not that, like, yes, he loves you. Yes, he died for you. He loves you, and all those great things that he has done. Yes, but also remember who you're dealing with. It's crazy. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Do you fear the Lord? Man, but verse 21, obviously, like, can you imagine what it will be like when God gets angry? And it makes you wonder, when you step into eternity, I want you to look at it like it's a doorway, like step into eternity. Like, you see these, like, there's all kinds of, like, people, like, it's really fascinating. People talking about, like, portals, and I don't mean to get all weird or anything like that, but there is, what is it, in New York and one in China and somewhere else, but they call it the portal. And so it's basically a camera that is connecting New York with another place in the world, and they call it the portal. And it's a live stream, and it's a portal to the other side of the world. That's what they call it. But I just find it fascinating that they're calling it the portal. It's just very interesting how people are being predictively programmed to some extent. And now, the Vatican is talking about all kinds of aliens. We're going to talk about aliens, and we're going to talk about this, and aliens, and aliens, and aliens. And it's just, like, interesting. No, they're not aliens. They are demons. Like, it's like, I mean, like, you want to talk to Hollywood and ask them what it is? Yeah, go ahead. They're going to tell you it's a little green man, and it's like Area 51 and little UFOs. Like, this is demonic entities. Like, this is real. Like, when we say put on the full armor of God, it's not just a fun thing to say and we're just saying it for our, just to hear ourselves say it. It is a very real thing. We do not battle against flesh and blood, right? But against principalities and powers. Like, this is serious. And so it's fascinating thinking about that. And so when you think about stepping into eternity, right when you leave here, stepping into eternity, it is really amazing to think about that, because that's what we're doing. Like, our body is done. Like, this is going away. Like, this is and so it is. What was it? Okay, so talking about, like, we have the body, soul, and spirit, right? Like, it's interesting. So if you go back to Isaiah chapter 1, verse 14, in Isaiah chapter 1, verse 14, it says, "Your new moons and your appointed feasts, my soul hates." Like, we truly cannot wrap our mind around the complexity of our being. We think in a very linear kind of fashion, but it's not the way it is. We are completely, there's so much more, and that our minds would just implode if we really try to wrap, like, if we could just, we have no idea. We have no idea. We have no idea what we're dealing with here. And so it's unreal to think about when we step into eternity, when we take that step, we are there. It is done. And we look back, and then we're going to look back on the people that are still here, and we're going to be like, I can't believe I didn't tell them. I can't believe I lived next to my neighbor for 10 years, and I didn't one time have the courage to go up. Like, what was I afraid of? Imagine you're in eternity now. You're already done. Imagine you're looking back and you're like, I had so many opportunities. I had so many opportunities to tell them the good news, to tell them that Jesus loves them, to tell them that Jesus died on the cross for them, that not only that he died, but he rose again on the third day, and the whosoever believes or calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. I had so many opportunities to do it, and I didn't do it. I didn't do it to that guy. And it wasn't just that guy, it was her too. I saw her every day. I saw him twice a week. I saw him 5 times a week. Him and I rode in the car 3 times a month. We went to school together. We went to work together. I went to church with that guy. I sat next to him in church for years. I never asked him. Like, my point is that when you think about eternity and you think about the seriousness of God, the terror of the Lord, going back to Isaiah chapter 2, the terror of the Lord. If you're born again, amen. Thank you, Zipporah. Like, if you're born again, let's go. That's so cool. But think about those who aren't. You have time, and so do I. We have time. We are still here, and there are people that you can reach. And like, I can't reach the people that you know. Like, if you support ministries and missionaries that go across the world to go all over, that's really cool. But those missionaries that you're sending money to can't reach the people that you know. Only you can reach the people that you know. Because I can't do it. Like, I can't come over and I'm like, yeah, I'm on the way. No, I can't do that. That is your ministry. That is your mission field. Where your feet are, that is where your mission field is. That is where that is how you need to think. Okay. Anyways, Isaiah chapter 2, wrapping up in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 22. In Isaiah chapter 2, verse 22, it says, "Sever yourselves from such a man whose breath is in his nostrils, for of what account is he?" Now, this is really funny. So it says, "Sever yourselves from such a man whose breath is in his nostrils." Now, whenever it says whose breath is in his nostrils, whenever it says something along those lines, it's interesting that is, when you look in Scripture, that man's breath is a metaphor for our frailty. Our breath, man's breath, is a metaphor for how frail we really are. That's crazy, because we think, like, when you're in your teens, when you're in your 20s, when you're in your 30s, you feel strong. You feel like, oh, I can do this. But then you're like, oh, you're waking up and you're like, oh, my back. And little by little, you're waking up to how frail you really are, not realizing fully how frail you really are. Like, we can't. But when you think about it, it's a thought you don't want to dwell on. We don't like thinking about death. Like, when you go to a family reunion, what are the rules that they say? Hey, don't talk about religion and politics, right? Hey, let's not talk about religion and politics here. We're not doing religion or politics. False, as Dwight Schrute would say. We need to be talking about Jesus. But apparently it's an unspoken rule that we don't do that anymore, because we don't want to offend anybody. But it's funny, in verse 22, it says, "Sever yourselves from such a man whose breath is in his nostrils, for of what account is he?" Now, I thought, when I read this verse, I immediately thought, where it says, "For of what account of he is he?" I immediately thought of, what is it? The Avengers, when the Hulk was like, he picked up Loki, and Loki is like, "I am a god, you can't do this," and then all of a sudden he picks him up and starts like whipping him around like a rag doll, and then he calls him a puny god. And it's just funny. It's like, "Sever yourselves from such a man whose breath is in his nostrils, for of what account is he?" Like, this is God's opinion of man. He's like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, what are you worried about?" He's like, "These are puny humans whose breath is in his nostrils." Like, that's like just shining a huge light on how small we really are. All right, so that is Isaiah chapter 1 and chapter 2, and yeah, that was a long one, but we are 2 chapters into it, and if you guys are new here, thanks for being here. We are 2 chapters in, so we have 64 more chapters to go. Oh gosh. But the one thing I want you to understand more than anything else is how to know for sure you can get to heaven, guys. That is the one thing that, I want you to know more than anything else. We could talk all day about the eschatological things, like, which is just the study of end times, just a fancy word for that. But like the rapture, you got the day of the Lord, the day of Christ, like all the millennial kingdom, all of these things that are difficult to understand. But the one thing you need to know more than anything else is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. There's only one way, and that is by putting your faith in Jesus, believing that Jesus is God's Son, that he died on the cross for you, that he was buried, that he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. For by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. It's not Christ and baptism. It's not Christ and going to church. It's not Christ and giving tithe. It's not that. It is Christ and Christ alone. Thank you, Zipporah. So that is what I want you guys to know more than anything else. And aside from that, there is a YouTube link up here if you guys are interested. I upload all of these videos up to YouTube if you guys would like that. There's a YouTube link in my TikTok profile. It is there. If you would like to go subscribe over there, that would be awesome. That would encourage me if you did. And if not, no biggie. It is a tool for you if you would like to use it. I uploaded all the other studies that we've done: Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, John, Hebrews, James, Acts, Romans, and so on. We just finished all the Pauline epistles, which was fun. That's kind of like a big old check mark on the list, I suppose, because there was 14 of them, but very cool stuff. And now here we are in Isaiah, and this one's going to take a minute, but it'll be a good study. And a lot here, man. It is. I hope you guys are pumped up about this entire stuff. I hope you guys are encouraged. I hope it excites you. I hope it's fun. I hope you're looking forward to it. I hope you're learning. I hope all of those things. I hope you're telling people about Jesus. It's so funny. Every time I leave, like whenever I go to work, my youngest will say, "Hand out a tract, Dad." And she's 5, and so it's just fun because, I told you guys that story before, but I mean, got to raise them up young to learn how to think and learn about Jesus. I mean, we're reading to them like, I don't know. There's a lot of things to worry about. There's so many things that's going on in the world. Hey, thank you, Carrie. Your link isn't posted? What? Hey, Cole, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I don't know if I've seen you here before, Cole. Thanks for being here. Zipporah, is it not? Oh, thank you, Amber. Back at TikTok account. Oh, it's sheesh. YouTube. Yeah. Okay. So YouTube, it's sheesh. There should be a link, like a link tree. Is there not a link tree or a link in my TikTok profile? Should be. I thought it was there. Oh, yes, it is. Okay. Well, Zipporah, if you can't find it, just message me or somebody in here. So anyways, that is, there's a lot going on in Israel. I said this at the beginning, and I'll say it again here just in case you guys weren't here for it. But pay attention to Israel. I've been telling you guys that for a long time, and hopefully you have been and will pay attention to it. Pray for them. You got to pray for Israel. I mean, they're God's chosen people. We're told to pray for peace of Jerusalem, so you got to keep them in mind. Pray that souls will be saved. Pray that you can. I mean, just keep praying. Like whenever you guys, I'm telling you. Thanks, Zipporah. But whenever you're looking at people, I made a little TikTok video about it because I think it's very helpful. But whenever you're looking around and you just see somebody that you have a problem with or that you don't really like, or that you're like, oh my goodness, this person did that. Whenever somebody enters your mind, try to train your mind to pray for them. Pray for them. Like if you're having a struggle with envy, or if you're having a struggle with like you don't like somebody, or anger, or lust, or coveting something, whenever that thought of that person enters your mind, pray for them. Pray for them. Lift them up. Because why? Because now you're giving it to the Lord. You're strengthening your relationship with the Lord while you're building somebody else up. It's such a cool thing. Like, it's an amazing gift of prayer. Like, do you understand that was not something that they had to do in the Old Testament? They couldn't do that in the Old Testament. You had to be a high priest in order to go into the Holy of Holies, and they could only do that one time, once a year, only under strict ceremonial preparation. And here you and I have the ability to do it in our bedroom, in our living room, in our kitchen, in our car, in our workplace, wherever we are. On a roller coaster, when you're about to go down here and you're like, oh my goodness, like it's so important to do that. But when might you be on next, friend? I don't know what is today. Oh, so today is Saturday. So Saturday. I think I think Tuesday. I think Tuesday. I saw that video. Great job, and thank you so much, Ryan. Hey, thanks for being here the whole time, DJ Nick. I really enjoyed the study tonight, Ryan. Very cool, Leah. You're hey, thank you, Sephora. I appreciate that. You guys are way too kind. I'm just thankful that you guys are here. I mean, there's 229 people in here, and I don't even know. Like, a lot of people don't talk, so I don't know. I actually think it's a good thing when people are not talking, because that means that they're just writing something down, maybe, or listening, or. But it's really cool stuff. It's a challenge. It's going to be a difficult one to go through all these things. There will be some bumps in the road, and just so you know, the challenge on the table is Acts chapter 17, verse 11. And Acts chapter 17, verse 11 says, "These were more fair-minded than those in Thessalonica, and that they received the word with all readiness, and they searched the scriptures daily to find out whether these things were so." So the challenge on the table for you and for me is to hear what people have to say and then challenge it. Search the scriptures, test it, try it. You got to know what you need to know what you know. You got to know. You got to know. Because when you are a wealth of information and a source that people come to, that speaks volumes for who you are. And then you can start defending those people around you. And that is cool. When you are that person who can stand up and be like, whoa, 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 whoa. No. Like, hey, let's get away from this guy. He's way off on his, doctrine, you can help other people out. And that's kind of cool. You're kind of like you're overseering. So hopefully I know there's some people in here that are like that. So that is very cool. Jesus team. That's right. Acts chapter 17, verse 11. Yes. Haro. Our king will be returning soon. No kidding, Sephora. I'm telling you what. I mean, it kind of just brings tears to my eyes, like, when I think about it. Like, it doesn't, like, I don't know. Absolutely. Very cool, Jules. I am glad. Thanks, Sandy. I appreciate that. Oh, man. So anyways, what I was saying about Israel, keep them lifted up. Pray for them. And keep praying for the people in here that we've talked about before. But Israel, I told you guys this before. I don't know if you guys were here earlier, but on Thursday, how Iran is using Lebanon as, Hezbollah and Hamas as their proxies to attack Israel. Well, Hezbollah, for the first time ever, had a drone that entered into Israel airspace and then fired missiles off of the drone. Now, this kind of technology they never had before. So this is very unique and new for them. And I just want you to be aware of it, because that's just one more thing that is upping the ante. It is escalating things. And so now that they have drones, because that's technology that we have as Americans, like, that's nothing new, right? Like, yeah, they didn't have drones that could fire rockets off of them. Like, we've had that for decades, right? But they didn't. And so now Hezbollah flew a drone in, and then it fired rockets off, and they attacked some targets within Israel, and that is the first drone missile attack in Israeli airspace. That's fascinating, because they sent drones in all the time, but they didn't have missiles attached to them. They had other stuff attached to them. This was very different. So you're seeing stuff escalating, and you're seeing America withdraw. We're withholding some stuff from Israel. We have information we're holding over their heads. We're withholding arms, ammunition being sent to them. And I told you guys before, this seems like you and I are witnessing the divorce papers being signed. Like, we're watching it. Like, Israel and America, like, we're allies, but Are we? Like, are we helping them out? They're our greatest ally in the world, arguably, but we're not really there. It's just crazy. And our administration is just oh. So that's going on over in Israel. I can't even imagine just a normal day of rockets going up, coming over the place. Like, if that was happening here, we would have been like, full send it, man. Freaking wipe them out, eliminate these people. And here we are trying to tie Israel's hands behind their back, saying, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't defend yourself. Or actually, just go ahead and defend, but don't attack. Just keep on defending. Don't attack. Don't attack. Just defend. Can you imagine if that was our game plan? No, sir. Thank you, Nick. That's so cool. That is awesome. Good night, everyone, and God bless you. Thanks for hanging out with us the entire time, Jules. Thanks, Blondie. Thank you. I am scrolling. I said a prayer as I was listening to your Bible study. Ask if this was. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Deep Sea family. Nice to meet you, by the way. Nice to meet you guys. If you guys are new here, my name is Ryan. But good night, everyone. Good night, Ryan. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna get out of here as well. If you guys have any questions, feel free to message me here on TikTok. I'd love to talk to you. Probably go live on Tuesday, maybe. I try to go live 3 times a week, and this week it was only 2 times because I didn't have something came up yesterday, which was unfortunate. But probably go live on Tuesday, and like I said, there's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you click on that link, it should take you there. Hopefully you can find it. If you can't find it, just message me and I'll help you out. Nice to meet you as well. Hey, Barb. But yeah, have a good night, Colt. And yeah, if you guys have any questions about anything, feel free to reach out. And until next time, try to tell somebody about Jesus, because time is running short and we don't know how much time we have left. But you know, the judgment seat of Christ, it's right there. If you're born again, you're going to stand before it. It's going to be an amazing thing, and it's also going to be quite an event. That's in 1 Corinthians 3 and 2 Corinthians 5:10 if you wanted to read about it. That's also posted. But all right, guys, you guys have a good night. Tell somebody about Jesus, and until next time, be safe. See you guys.